have been for us to figure out.
Yeah, that. Another person, another tragic backstory
What makes you
now.
say that? Is it just you wouldn't have had him do anything, or
What makes me say what, huh?
that he wouldn't have seen it at all? Like, is that just because he would have just
Slanesh wouldn't have peered into her future. Like the things that Andy chose to do as Slanesh, I was not going to.
Okay.
They were just things that made sense that Slanesh could do, so I didn't turn them down.
Oh,
Got it.
Okay, so it is the next day. You guys are all brought here, including you, Moo, although you are kept separately, kind of, as you are not one of the actual Senshi, but because of your involvement in what's happening, they do include you anyway.
Yay.
So,
and you were friends with the murder victim.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you're all brought in, and everyone takes their seat, and it looks as though all of the Varnermen kind of know what's happening. Like none of them don't know that a thing happened. But most of them, with the exception of Gorm, Lisa, and Slanesh, only know rumors or tidbits because that's what this formal hearing is for. And no one really is coming out and speaking yet. There's just kind of a hushed silence over the hearing. Everyone kind of looks to you, Daniel. And Slanesh doesn't make eye contact, but he's looking in your general direction. And he quietly says it was her destiny to kill members of this court, which I cannot allow.
I assume when you get your visions and like they're about a bad outcome, you want to stop them, but there must be a myriad of ways to stop them.
You must understand that my visions are almost always absolute. There are very few ways to prevent something I have seen. I am not even 100% certain the preventative measures I have taken already will prevent what I have already seen.
Can you tell us what she was going to do, who she was going to kill, like the situations that caused, so we can be cautious for it in the future to protect those people and to make sure that situation doesn't happen?
Um, he's looking hesitant. He's clearly, it's not that he's unwilling to tell you guys, it's more he's scared to he plays information very close to the chest as a person,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't want information to get leaked that could lead to his visions coming true.
Mm.
So he says, Jaraxis, the artificer that we slayed when we freed her, he takes prisoners and implants himself into them. It's a form of immortality to him. He was to take over and reawaken her body, and soon. And in the commotion with us unprepared for an inside infiltrator, he fought so alone against Lisa, and Gorm, and was victorious against them both.
Could we not
To
have known?
which,
Oh,
to
sorry.
which Gorm immediately interrupts and says, "It's not your right to fight my battles for me."
Hmm.
And Slanesh just kind of falls silent.
Could we not have A, put her in to jail, like restraints, or B, if it's magic, some kind of anti-magic or uh, I don't know, something like that. Or if he's getting through her through the machines that he implanted in her, could we remove the machines as opposed to removing her?
At that point, Mjolkart speaks up and he says, "I would be the only person here who even has a chance at removing such delicate machinery. And the truth of the matter is, I would not even know where to begin. Such a process would take an ungodly long time for me to do safely, um, with even a chance of sparing the girl's life. And we did not appear to have that time from what I've heard of the situation."
Hmm.
Could we have restrained her in an anti-magic field while you did your research and I don't know. I just wonder if there's a way we could have put if let's say the future is gonna happen unless we do something. Anti-magic field prevents it from happening sooner rather than later. I mean, yeah, has it happen later rather than sooner, giving us time to stall
I
while we
think
figure it out. Yeah.
I think that there's nothing we can do at this point. All we can do is look upon it afterwards and do guesswork. Slanesh thought he did what he thought he needed to do to protect us and the people that we care about. I think that we need
But
to look forward and to figure out this new threat and to make sure this does not happen and make sure that this prophecy does not happen.
well, it can't.
And I look
The
at
only
Gorm.
body he had that we know of was her body. We were in his lab, and we got rid of her.
And I say, but
Um,
Slanesh
I,
said he wasn't sure that this still would not unfold.
Sean, you don't know. And Daniel, I see you said it was because
You cut
expected
out?
it. No, Daniel said. Oh, I cut out. Did you say?
Yeah.
I was just repeating Daniel's message, so
Okay.
I'll respond to it now. Slanesh says, "When I see a prophecy, the prophecy wants to happen. It is more than likely, from my experience with these dealings, that if we had cured her, we wouldn't have expected her to turn evil, and then she would have after that, and we still would have had our guard down. The move I took was the only true guaranteed preventative measure to protect the lives of the Varnermen and the power of the Adventurers Guild."
In response to Remy, when you're like, "Oh, let's look forward," but I think the whole point of this like tribunal or whatever for the purpose of the Vardaman is were his actions absolutely necessary in that moment, and also should he have mentioned it to the other Vardaman, made a decision, and then acted. Uh, and I think that's you can't just be like, "Oh, well, you murdered someone. That's in the past now. We can move forward." It's like, no, the murder still happened, and we still have to make sure that if there's any consequences to deal with them and such.
Are these things you are saying aloud, or
Yes.
are these things
Oh,
you
I
are
said
saying in your head?
I didn't know
I
this
said
was
that
a
out loud.
tribunal. I thought this was a meeting.
Well, whatever it is, it's still like the Vardaman questioning Slanesh and us giving our testimony.
I have no idea if I'm in this meeting.
You are, Sean.
Oh.
Your
I'm gonna
character is
say,
like,
I
"Oh,
think they know
I didn't
Slanesh.
even move you guys into the proper room."
I
Yes,
think
you are in this meeting.
I think everyone knows Slanesh. They know his past. They know that he can portend the future. I think that yes, they would question to a degree, but they've come to trust him over years, and he did start everything. So I don't think this is a major like thing. I think it's a what do we do now situation. Not
I do not think it's that at all. Was that Jess saying that or Remy saying that? Or both?
no. It was just saying it to Kyle.
Okay.
Well, then, Kyle, in response to what you said, Hagrid's would chime in and say, I agree with Cargo. Your decisions made solely for yourself. This was a matter that should have been brought to the court, something that should have been discussed and decided upon. The whole reason we have 11 is so that we can decide issues with a majority rules. You don't have the power to make these decisions yourself. And it seems as though a few of the other Varnermen are kind of like Elise is like here, and Hitsugaya just nods. Like clearly this is ringing true to other people at the table. And for those who didn't notice, Daniel and I are having a little conversation in the chat as well. And all of that is happening aloud and in game.
Use this as Kargar would say something about he would point to his head and say to who said that? The scientist guy Milkarth, and I would just say in order to prevent any mind control or psychic things from happening between me and the hive mind, I have this new helmet. Maybe something like that could have possibly happened for her being taken over by no, it's not Giuseppe, but my mind just wants Jabraxis.
Juraxis, yes. Yolkart says, well, based on what I know of the situation, it's not quite that simple.
Yeah.
This being Juraxis, he implants himself inside his victims. It's not something a magic circle can prevent. It's not something we can cut off a psychic connection to. He already exists inside of them as a duality. It would be like trying to strip you of your echo. They are one and the same. They are a part of each other.
Okay.
It's very interesting technology. And I personally, to stray away from the topic at hand for a moment, find it crucial that the 11 of us make sure this technology never exists again. And you all find that him saying that specifically very strange, because he is the biggest advocate for there's no evil tech or evil magic or evil science. There is only evil users. So him damning the technology is a whole nother thing.
Are all this is a question both with Kyle and Kargar. For other Warforged, could he have just made a metal and wooden body and put his soul into that? Did he
Yes.
need it to be another being?
We don't know his full reasoning for choosing other beings. In theory, he could have created stronger creations from on his own, a stronger warforged body than the one he could have possessed from this girl. We don't know why he chooses that as his method.
Do we know of a way, if you have a Warforged, other than killing it, to deanimate a Warforged body?
What do you mean by deanimate?
Oh,
Like,
i.e., take the personality or soul or whatever out of it, make it back into a vacant, empty one. That way you could reuse it for something else.
the technology exists and is possible. It is not commonly done. But just as any mage could remove a soul from a body, we could remove a soul from a warforged.
Could we have used that same technology to remove Jabraxis from her body?
Not to be certain of that. It's just like I was saying, not within our. And Daniel chimes in, and he says, blending in. If I had to assume a mask can hide your face, it's hard to hide a metal body. To that, Slanesh will say, in my vision, I saw after he awakens in Alex's body, he assumes an entire Warforged exoskeleton over it. It's not to hide the fact he is a Warforged. That's all I know of the situation.
Huh.
That's also why when we fought him, there was a medium body inside of that Warforged. I'm sure you all saw it bleed as I did.
Mm-hmm.
Say Deacon's on, but he's muted.
Oh, okay, cool.
Moo, what do you have to say about your
I don't see him in game though.
friend?
Moo, assume you have been informed of the situation and what is
Yeah.
happening and why.
I would like to know where her body is, so I may prepare funeral arrangements.
Slanesh will look you dead in the eyes, and this is the first time he's met with anyone in the room. And he says, her body is never going to see the light of day again, to ensure that the future I saw never comes to pass. And he kind of, when he said that, he went from a shy, ashamed tone to a very stern.
But
Very
Moo, more so, how
I'm
do
gonna
you...
take out my crossbow. Like, I would like to prepare funeral arrangements.
You see,
Then we can rest her to peace.
Body's gone. He's been vaporized.
It wasn't vaporized.
I'm pretty sure he portaled it to another dimension.
Well, no, because last session it was still in that room. That's
no,
what
he brought it to another dimension that he brought it to a demi-plane of his, so that it couldn't be accessed. So when you pull out your crossbow, 1 second.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm screwing some stuff up here because I had Jaraxxus's page open to look at this stuff.
Deacon said he's on his phone until he can get ready, but he's listening.
Yes, I did see that.
Okay.
Galeria, who is the drunk sitting here, who still is drinking but is clearly more sober than you guys usually see her, kind of looks to you, pull out your crossbow, looks at your crossbow, looks at you, and says, "Kid, you're around the 11 strongest people in this city. Some of the strongest people to ever exist. And not a single one of us would let you unrightfully, without trial, murder another. Put
I'm
the
not
weapon
saying for
away
murder,
before we see it as
but
a
there's less integrity in this council at the moment.
You're free to your own decisions, to your own assumptions, but put your weapon away."
I will like her body.
Is that a threat?
That's not a threat.
Then put your weapon away.
I'll put my weapon away.
Now, after you put your weapon away, Galeria turns back to the Varnerman and she says, "I think there is validity to requesting the body. This thing that has happened is horrible, but we still must do right by this girl and her family and her friends."
gonna say, I know that Slanesh doesn't want her body to be used again. Could we use our rites of passage with the burning of the body to release the spirit to show respect, but make sure the body can't be used again?
Slanesh kind of looks down and ponders. And he looks back up to you, Moo, and says, I understand what you're saying and your wishes, but they seem unrealistic. I think we can come to a compromise. I will bring the body to Mjolkarth, who will, now that the body is gone already and he does not need to preserve the girl, remove all of the augmentations implanted. Once those are all removed, there should be no way for her to resurrect. But you must understand, my feelings, your feelings aside, if she comes back as Jaraxxus and enacts the prophecy, her death was for nothing. Keeping her body hidden in the plane would prevent that.
Have you prevented any future, or has every future that you've seen come true?
He
One way or another.
He looks at you and he says, "There's only ever been one other future that has not come true, and it was not prevented by my means. However, I have only tried to prevent a few futures, and never with extremes, never with measures this extreme, because I have never seen a future so horrible as the one I saw." Daniel, when you ask, and what future was that, or in that future was what, he turns to you and he says, "I foresaw Kaiser replacing Gorm as the next Varnerman of the Holy Knights."
And was Gorm dead or he stepped down?
I do not wish to reveal much of the future. It is not my usual go-to. I would have never told any of you if for the events currently transpiring.
Mm. I give Gorm a worried look.
How are you going to ensure that doesn't happen? Would you?
Ensure what does not happen?
That future. You said another future you saw was Kaiser taking over for Gorm.
I'm not trying to ensure it does not happen, but him leaving the Adventurers Guild to go take over for his father means that it is very unlikely that he will take over as a Varnerman. He would need to climb up the ranks to left, then right hand, and then Varnerman. He is a human. His lifespan won't be long enough to rule a kingdom and then come climb our ranks. I just find it very unlikely.
That is actually a good point, Daniel.
Donzo gets very flustered and kind of puts his fist on the table and he says, "Don't link us in with him. I keep no secrets from any of the Varnermen. This is not the first time Slanesh has done something like this, probably past, and I, for one, disapprove."
Zone of truth on all the Varnermen? Get all the secrets out there?
No thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the body, because that's actually important for backstory.
Well, but here's my question to Sean and Moo. Would you can talk about the body, but also like, are you vengeful against Slanesh? Like, do you actually want him to pay?
I want her to have a rightful grave, but by her peers.
No, I understand that part. I'm saying like that's more what you do with it after the death. how do you feel about the actual death, and do you hold it against Slanesh, or do you understand why he did what he did?
If I don't get the body, I'm gonna hold it against Slanesh. Yes.
Slanesh will look back up to you, Moo, because you two do have an unresolved issue here. He says, so, what are your thoughts? If you get the body back, based on what I've suggested, it won't be an open casket funeral. Would you agree to her remains after the augmentations have been removed?
I would like to be there during the augmentations.
Milkarth looks at you and says, I wish to warn you that what I have to do to that body will not be pleasant.
That'll be fun.
The room goes silent as the Varnamen seem to ponder what has happened. At this point, Nito, the quietest Varnamen, chimes in and says, if we bring that body back to this world, augmentations or not, we are drastically increasing the chance that Slanesh's future comes true. If that happens, then her death was for nothing.
Can Milkarth and Slanesh go to Slanesh's demiplane as opposed to bringing the body back here?
No.
Exactly, Daniel. That's what I was going to say. No?
No.
No.
don't
We
know
bring the body here.
We don't know the magic.
Slanesh is saying, no, I can't do that.
Oh no, I know. I was telling it to Kyle. So,
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Me that.
Yo, Kyle, do you like what I just sent you?
I don't get why you would do what. How? I don't understand. What?
Yeah.
Um.
Don't say it out loud. Just whisper to me.
You apparently sent me something telepathically.
This is to
Yeah.
Kyle himself, so I can't say it out loud.
I actually don't know how to whisper.
Oh,
you
you do-
go. Yeah.
/ whisper, and then you would do.
You can
moo.
just do /W. You don't need to just do whisper.
Yeah. /W plus the person's
/W.
in-game name.
Space moo. Test work.
Alright, so anyway. Does anyone respond to what Nito has said?
I say I would feel safer if her body did not come back here, or there were rites that were performed in the demiplane for her. I understand that this is really important to Moo, but is this rite of passage more important than the lives of everyone you know?
I would. I only heard the end of that, but I would agree that I think if her death is to mean no Jabraxis, and her coming back for a funeral means there is a possibility of Jabraxis, then I would agree having her stay on the demiplane is a safer option. As a side question, though, what happens to the demiplane if Slanesh were to die or anything like that? Like, does the stuff come back? Does it become unbanded?
Do you ask that in game?
Yeah, well, I guess that's something with Kargar know that, is the first question. And then,
Carter would not. Well, roll an Arcana check.
Okay. I got a 15.
That's just a 17.
Well, minus 2.
Oh, yeah.
I have a negative 2 Arcana.
Right.
Okay, one sec.
my character just goes as like, you took another thing away from me.
Would your
Terrible
So,
backstory.
Kargar,
but Sean,
you would
how
not be sure what would happen.
Sean, how would your character respond to what I said?
For what?
I said, would the rights to her body, is it worth the lives of all your friends and the people of this, world?
Also, Sean, what you typed to me, did you psychically say that to Kargar, or did you say
No,
that
to Kyle. To Kyle.
Fuck. Well, you did that just to fuck with me then. Fuck you.
Yeah. That's my plan for the session.
What does my 15 tell me, too? Oh, you said I wouldn't know. Okay, I wouldn't know. So, yeah, then I'll ask. Then
Just,
throw it out.
Daniel said something aloud. And Kargar,
I
you
did
asked?
not kill his friend.
Yeah, we did not. Only Slanesh.
We are dealing with the aftermath of this. I feel bad that an innocent person had to die, but if she was indeed being taken over, then we do not want the person who we sacrificed their life, so this major evil person who's going to kill us all, to come back. We wouldn't want it to be in vain. There's no reason we can't be respectful to her.
But the option was only to kill her?
I never said that.
You have these great mages and magicians.
I never said that. I'm just dealing with the aftermath, okay?
And people with enchantments and arguments, and you're saying that none of these people are capable?
I did not say that.
Well,
I'm saying that we're dealing with the aftermath of a decision that already happened. Is it worth the lives of all the people on this continent, all the people that Jaraxxus could kill, to bring back her body for her last rites? What is more important to you, the life of your comrades, the life of the people back home, the lives of innocent people on this continent, compared to her burial? You can always respectfully give her a service here in her remembrance. You don't need her body to remember her.
What would any Valderman do if one of your comrades, one of your friends, were killed, taken away from you, early, right in front of your eyes, before anything you could do?
I think that's happened to a lot of people, not just the Varnaman Moo.
Also, some bodies don't get
Remy looks really hurt at him, as if he just assumed he's the only one who's ever lost someone.
What I would say is that also some people don't even recover bodies for a multitude of reasons. Whether they were kidnapped, whether they were killed by a serial killer, whether they died.
But this body's still here. It's still able to be reached.
No, but I'm saying, like, but maybe you don't think of it that way. Think of it as Jaraxxus corrupted the body to the point that if you put it in the ground, it would come back as a zombie, for example. If you had somebody who would come back as a zombie, you'd have to get rid of the body. If it's someone who would come back as a vampire, you'd have to get rid of the body. Just think about it that way. That body cannot exist anymore because it'll come back in some unholy form. So
the body still exists in the demiplane. The body's still there in a space. So that doesn't really matter if it's in a demiplane or in this space at the moment. Whatever you're saying right now would still happen in the demiplane no matter what. And what would happen if it came back in the demiplane and then killed Slanesh in the demiplane?
Well, yes, that comes back to my question, which was
I never need to return to that demiplane, and that demiplane can never be accessed again. I could even create a new demiplane with the ability without compromising the first. That demiplane, as far as my decision is concerned, was to be sealed off, never to be entered again.
Oh, that kind of answers my question then, because I was going to say, like, what if you have to go back there, or can you go? Yeah, gotcha. Can someone else access that demiplane in terms of the Orgirimono if they wanted to retrieve the body?
Easgraf will chime in and say it is technically possible, though extremely unlikely. Someone to do that would have to know of the demiplane's first and foremost, which at the moment only the people in this room do.
Yeah.
But on top of that, they'd have to know where and how the demiplane was made. They would need to acquire that information either by seeing the demiplane's creation or by getting that information out of Slanesh. All variables that seem very unlikely.
And what happens if you die?
The demiplane will still exist. Nothing bad happens from my death. Also, I cannot die.
Let's talk about that one some more. What do you mean about that one?
I mean, I'm sure you could, like, in
Yeah.
some
what-
way.
Please explain, Slanesh. What do you mean you cannot die?
He looks at you and he says, "This is my most closely guarded secret. The only other person in the world who knows the one way to kill me is Lisa. It is not something I'm ready to tell to people in a room where there's someone that actually might wish might."
I don't wish to know how you could die. I wish to know why or how
You won't.
you believe you cannot die.
It's not a belief, it's a fact. I have foreseen my own death. The conditions that have happened, I prevent from happening now. So
you're playing God.
Lethal
I would-
wounds that should kill me never do, because it is not how I saw my death in the order.
So you're playing God.
I wouldn't
There's
even.
no playing God.
You're playing
involved.
with lives.
I wouldn't say that. That's
I would say.
would if you. But we just said that you can stop the past or change the past. By you stopping your death in that way, could your death just not occur a different way? And you stopped Jaraxxus by killing.
I have taken preventative measures to stop Jaraxxus. The truth of the matter is, I have never tried to not have I have never successfully not had one of my predictions come true. It is still possible that even through all that has happened, Jaraxxus will still come back and kill Gorman Lisa.
Just in a
Oh.
different body.
Do we get a free kill off of something?
Daniel, he sees you say that, and he steps up out of his chair and turns it back into a staff, and he steps towards you and puts a sword in your hand. And he kneels down in front of you and says, "Take whatever strike you'd like."
Cut his head off.
I'm gonna be right next to him. I'm just gonna all right.
Yeah, wait. If
Yeah,
anything,
why don't we chop his head off?
if anything, Daniel Moo should be the one to do this, and that way, then Moo can get revenge.
I
mean,
want the
pointless
body.
revenge.
I
Pointless
want the damn
revenge.
body.
Is that you saying that, or is that Kargar saying that?
I would telepathically say it to you. I'd say maybe it would help Moo to vent his frustrations if he could be the one to slash at Slanesh for this test.
Then you should say that verbally, is all I will require. And then I'm gonna go back to being muted.
Oh wait.
Oh, you want me to verbally say it?
I need
Okay.
to ask. I
I'll
need
say
to
it
ask
in the room.
Max
I'll say,
this.
guys, as a moment, if Moo wants some form of retribution or vent or something like that, maybe Moo should be the one who does this test slash as opposed to Daniel.
Max,
and then
do I
maybe-
know anything about this? Do I know the importance of that place?
Yeah,
too?
I'm messaging you about it right now.
I need to know because I can use that against this right now. This is the only way I can do to get the thing that I need.
Excuse me.
Alright, I'm
Hold
just gonna
on,
put
I'm
there
trying to-
this again. Moo, are you ever gonna respond to why is getting her body back more important than hundreds or thousands of innocent lives?
Did we say hundreds of thousands of people's lives were going to be at stake?
Yeah, this big bad dude is gonna kill everybody.
Well, we know he's going to kill 2 people. And then
We said
he's
2
going to want
people.
to kill-
That we
But it's not
know
hundreds
of.
of thousands.
That we know of.
Slanesh will also chime in and say, kind of cautiously, because he's not happy to be arguing against his decision, but he does say the truth. Well, it is more than possible that he has infected more than one person. Me getting rid of that does not guarantee that he cannot come back. It simply guarantees he cannot come back in her body in the vision I saw. Or at
Do I
least
have anything?
And in your vision, the two Varnamen were not the only people who he killed, right? He is a bad person who is
yes,
going to hurt
not
many
in
people.
my vision, just in general. He's a member of the Urigiri Mono. He had to be stopped.
But in the vision, it was just two people that died. He obviously would have gone
In
on
the
to kill
vision, it
more.
was just the two people, yes. But the vision ended after Gorn and Lisa Lisa. I cannot control what I see through the orb. The orb shows me what it wants to.
Slanesh, is there no way to compromise of us getting the body back?
He looks back at you and he says, I've already willing to discuss bringing it here to remove the augmentations. I just want you to be aware that that would mean that you would be responsible for if it came back as a result of us doing that with the body.
That is fine. And which one is going to be augmentating or removing augmentations?
Mjolkarth raises his little froggy hand and he says, That's what I am the artificer here. And at that point, Lisa, wait a second. I'm not opposed to what we're saying, but what we're discussing are matters of grave importance. You can't continue to make these decisions alone, Slanesh. This is something we must discuss, all of us. And Dalton, Moo, did you ever take the killing blow against Slanesh or not?
We offered to let you have like a free kill on Slanesh because he can't be killed. So as proof of his immortality, you get to do the slash, and he gets to prove his immortality.
Does Slanesh have a spellbook?
1 second. It's
Because
possible.
he would need a spellbook to cast spells, right?
Not a warlock. Warlocks don't
No,
usually have
well, it
spellbooks.
depends on the pact. There is one of the 4
Oh,
packs gets you
You're
a
right.
spellbook.
Pact of the Tome. You're right.
Yeah. Because he has an orb.
That's why I'm checking. His orb is not related to him being a warlock.
Yeah, I'm just like wondering.
He does have a spellbook. He has a grimoire.
Okay.
I want to make it clear that I don't approve of bringing her body back. I understand you want to honor her, but I don't want to have to sacrifice more lives than that were already lost.
So my question for you
pointing out here is, you guys might not have noticed, but the orb is not currently present. Oh, whoops. The orb is not currently present. And this is the first time you have ever seen Slanesh without the orb, which is very interesting.
Did maybe the council, not the council, I wonder if they took it away from him so he couldn't have any more visions or whatever.
That would be stupid.
The augmentators named what again? Milkarth. Would you allow me some time alone to grieve when the body arrives?
No, I would not. Anytime that body is in the not from coming back could make his fortune come true.
I'm not saying this in regards to me, but in regards to the temple.
Do these people know? Have you told these people?
I have not. Yeah. I'm not telling them like relations to it, but I'm just saying the temple.
Yeah, you say that, and they go, which Mjolkarth says, what do you mean?
It was the Temple of Azov?
Yes, that is correct.
Azov.
Temple of Azov.
Do we know what that is?
Everyone would know about the Temple of Azov.
Okay, can I roll a history check to see if I know anything about it?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
Fuck my
Remember,
life.
I'm a human at the moment.
Fuck my life, I don't, but I was born in the mountains. So, makes sense.
Carter also does not.
Nope.
Sad times.
I would say verbally, we definitely wouldn't let her body leave the Adventurers Guild to go to a different temple somewhere else. That would definitely not be a thing.
He looks at you and he says, I understand what you're saying, but I still cannot allow time with before I remove the augmentations.
Oh, Kargar's on the side of Remy. Kargar doesn't think we should take the body back at all. Kargar 100% would want to have the body stay in the demi-plane.
Remy, what would happen if one of your loves was dead, but it would be saving two of your people? Would you be able to stomach it?
Was this a friend or a girlfriend or a wife?
I mean,
this was a friend for
not
me.
asking you. He's asking Remy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, I've been in war often. I've been in war
question.
often, and war is not beautiful. It's not pretty. It's messy. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. There are warriors who have had to been taken down for the betterment of the people, whether they were good or bad. Those sometimes happen. Yes, I would always want my comrades to have rights, but we cannot always recover them. There are other ways to remember your comrades, their lives, their bodies, and to ensure their spirits go on to the next life. I think you.
I would. Oh.
I think you're thinking with your heart, and I know that you would want that to happen, but you have to think of all the other people that could get hurt in doing that.
Could be a religious thing.
I would respond to that and say, as someone who used to be evil, if I were to ever return to being evil, I would hope that people would try to stop me. Ideally not at my death, but if necessary. But then upon my death, I would hope that the greater good would be more important than any sentimentality about my life. And so I would think that, she would not want to be, I only know her for the first time, but I'm sure she didn't want to be evil. And I'm sure she wouldn't want the possibility of her becoming evil post-death either. So how much of this is what you want, Moo, and how much of this is what she would want? Do you think she would want to not bring back Jaraxxus? Or do you think she'd rather have a burial and be possibly becoming a puppet of Jaraxxus? Anybody?
I mean, this is on Sean. Sean doesn't like to answer the tough questions.
Him something. He's taking a second.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll allow it.
Is that how you spelled that? No, that's not how you spelled that.
Now, hypothetically, obviously Kyle has information that Kargar doesn't. Kyle can't use it because that's metagame. But in universe, if Kargar rolled an insight check, rolled high enough, could he possibly glean the information Kyle has?
It would depend on what metagame you're trying to know.
Say that again?
It would depend on what information you are trying to know.
Say person A is doing something shady, and person B wants to know about it. Could person B, do an insight on person A and glean the shadiness? I don't know.
You wouldn't be able to.
I'm gonna go with, at the moment, you have no way to discern whatever Sean is doing.
Yeah. I mean, you could say you have an uneasy feeling, but you're not going to know anything other than that.
You have to now cancel what I said to what you don't.
Well, I know that obviously Kyle knows things that Kargar doesn't. I know that. I was just saying in game if Kargar could notice something that could lead to me figuring it out. But yeah,
this is the biggest threat I will put this session.
Oh, look, guys, it looks like there's a demi-plane right over here. Let me go look.
Let's
Ah,
go have a
I'm
look what's
gone.
in there.
I disappeared. Where'd I go?
Say,
I thought
Sean,
we'd be able to stand on it.
what are you doing?
Oh, me? I'm not
We're
saying
looking for
nothing.
the body.
But Kargar asked you a specific question. I have asked you specific questions. Like,
Agios, don't come in here. It's too dangerous.
I found our body, guys.
Max, apparently if you're not here one week, just set up a blank wooden board and we'll just be like cats and we'll just play in the box.
Yeah, we'll just entertain ourselves while we wait.
alright, I feel like no decisions are being made. I know where I stand. Sean, it's up to you with what you want to do, but, or I should say Moo, what Moo wants to do. But you really need to
Kargar,
think it over.
Well, that's a good point. Obviously, the Varnermen are going to discuss it privately. Should we have a vote among the party and see where we stand? Because I know me and Remy are both against bringing the body back.
I don't mind.
Agios doesn't mind? What about Daniel? I would guess against.
Well, I don't know.
We'll never know.
He was being kind of for it.
I'm on.
Because, like,
You what?
you killed her in
Yeah,
cold
Joe.
blood, and she was still
on his side.
herself.
Oh, there you go. So it
Are
sounds like,
you saying that in the message?
sounds like 3 people are on Sean's side. He said he's on Sean's
He's
side.
for bringing back the body.
Yeah. But I personally, think we can just handle it. You know what I mean? What is that good?
I think we got this.
I think we got this.
Like,
this
you
cataclysm
guys
that's
killed
coming,
him
we got it.
once, you can kill him again if he ever comes back. If he comes back.
Yeah, I've died before. I'm not afraid of dying.
I've
Um,
died 2 times already, it's fine.
So Slanesh jolts out of his seat and gets rid of it with his staff. And turns it back into a staff. And he puts his he takes a moment and he puts his staff down on the table. And then he says, "Andre," and the door over here opens and a human steps in. He seems kind of assistant type person, right?
Andre.
Yes. And he says, "Would you mind doing me a favor and getting Lizella me?" And he says, "Sure," and he leaves. And that's clearly his job, deciding needed. And
Is she a
then,
lizard person by chance?
is she a lizard person?
Yeah, Lizella.
Lizella? No.
Okay.
Huge missed opportunity, Max. Huge missed opportunity.
Lizella is a human. So,
I'm also a human.
I don't like the way you said that.
Easgraf looks up at Slanesh, who is now standing, and "What are you doing?" And Slanesh just kind of remains silent for a second. At this point, Hitsugaya looks at Slanesh and he says, "You're summoning another hand. What is going on?" And Slanesh just kind of continues to stay silent.
There's my performance check, like,
Well, you need to do deception check if you're not human and you're telling us you're human. Not perform, deception.
I didn't say that in-game, I said that out of game. I'm a human, you can see me as a human.
What are you performing for?
I think we know in game that you are a changeling because I don't think your race would be a secret, right?
I haven't revealed my race.
No, remember, he's new.
They look like a
I'm
lizard
Moo.
to me.
I'm Moo, I'm
No,
a
but
human.
yes, Moo is also a changeling.
Yes, but we wouldn't know that.
We don't know that.
That's metagaming.
So suddenly this human woman walks in the room. And she has 2 rapiers, and she's Claire, our entire outfit is holy garb, right? And she looks over and she says, I have been summoned. What for? At this point, Lisa looks at her and for a moment doesn't seem any different than she has been, just kind of passively listening. And then she stands up and shouts to Lizella across the room. And she says, get out of here right now. And now all the Varnermen are looking at Lisa. No one knows what's going on right now.
Is Lizella his left or right hand?
Is Lizella, what are you asking in game?
Kyle would ask that, because I think you told us at one point who Slidesh's left and right hand were, I believe.
I don't believe I did. However, on the off chance that I did, I will say Lizella is not the right or left hand to Slanesh.
Okay.
And that is further evidenced by Hitsugaya just telling Slanesh, hey, why are you summoning someone else's right hand?
Oh, I misheard that. I thought you said your right hand. I heard someone else. Oh, gotcha.
That's
Well,
a little
she's
bit
in
scummy,
holy
isn't
gear. Was she perhaps Gorm's hand?
Gorm will look up and say, that is not my right. That is Eastgrove's.
What if Lizella is the bane to his existence?
Why is everybody? I will ask this in game. Why is everybody upset? And why? What's going on? What just happened?
Galeria will say, I am not upset. I am merely confused. Slanesh will whisper something into Eastgraph's ear.
Perception check?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try and figure it out. Wait, am I right next to him?
22
No,
perception check.
Okay.
22.
Give it to me. I got
22's better.
13. Something.
So anyone that got above a 15 will hear Slanesh.
Oh wait, is that persuasion?
Will hear Slanesh say, "Old friend, I know that you know that I trust you with my life, and I know that you trust me with yours. I need you to do me this one last favor here now, and I need you to stand up and order and order Lizella to listen to me. And simultaneously stop Lisa. And Eastgraph will whisper back and say, I don't know if I can stop Lisa. She is very strong. And Slanesh just kind of smiles at him and pulls him up by the hand.
What is going on?
I did some fuckery. Don't blame me for this.
Well, you did the fuck. What do you mean you did the fuckery?
I did the fuckery.
I rolled a 17 insight to find out what the fuck is going on.
You have no idea what is going on, but you're game, right?
Well, I have Ivana Man die, so I'll go get the candles.
I have connections.
Don't.
I'm just a hopeless bard.
I'm hiding.
Agio, so you're now standing on top of...
No, I'm hiding. I'm scared.
Now listen!
Nah, let Baka do it. He'll do a better job.
Yeah. Woof woof! Woof woof! Lightning and frost emanate from yeah, what is... I don't understand.
I don't know what's going on. I just stand near Gorm protectively.
Yeah, can we move around?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna stand over here by these two. I'm gonna have Barker stand by this new person. By Lizella.
I'm just gonna pull this book out, start reading it.
At this point, Eastgraph stands up, and he says something in lizard foot. Does anyone understand that?
I don't speak lizard.
Probably
Nope,
not.
if it was Elvish, you got me.
No.
I bet
I speak
Lizella
giant Elvish and common.
understands lizard.
So,
It just so happens Barkar speaks lizard.
oh, I'm sure.
But Barkar can't speak.
So, he gets up and Lisa repeats, Lizella, leave now. And while she's not paying attention, Easgraf casts a spell at her, and she disappears.
I don't like this shit.
Yeah. Are we staging? I think Cargo would say, are you staging a coup? Like, what is going on right now?
Oh,
I
I don't
mean-
know what I'm casing anymore.
Why is the map black? What
Someone
happened?
casted darkness, probably. No.
Everyone's back. It's fine. So at this point, most of the Vardaman are at ends. Like, what is
Yeah.
happening right now? Easgraf
Explanations.
beckons Lizella towards him, and Lizella, confused, listens to her Vardaman and steps forward.
Barkar follows. Telepathically, I try to say something to Slanesh. I don't think he'll let me in. I think before he said he wouldn't let me in, right?
Also, Moo didn't hear that. Agios didn't hear that.
Slanesh will not let you in.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I'm just reading right now.
Kyle, what was your perception check? Did you hear it? Because if not, you shouldn't be doing any of that.
Oh, I heard it. Yeah,
Okay.
he said anybody who got above a 15.
So, Slanesh walks over towards Lizella and extends his hand and says, "Give me your left rapier." And Lizella draws her rapiers, and they each have a dragon's head on the for a hilt. Yes, thank you. And she hands him his left. He sits down in Easgraf's chair and stabs himself through the heart with it. Now every Vardaman immediately stands up. Like, what is
He just killed
happening?
himself.
And Easgraf immediately grabs the sword and yanks it out of him. And Slanesh is dead at the moment.
Like, dead?
He appears to be.
He just told us
Damn, Max, you can't let me have the dead body.
He said he was immortal. He just said he was immortal.
No, he
It's
said
not
he
gonna-
knew the conditions with which he would have to die.
We're just stabbing himself in Easgraf's chair?
With that person's particular sword. That's why Lisa was trying to stop him.
So somebody should revivify him or whatever. There's definitely a cleric here.
Oh,
on path.
I don't have revivify spell.
No,
Do
not
you
you.
cast?
What a
Do you cast Revivify Agios, because you walked over?
I don't have it. I just walked over to see what's happening. I go, oh damn.
Gorm runs over and
Gorm-
whoa, okay. Gorm stretches like a Stretch Armstrong. Gorm sprints over and immediately casts Revivify on him.
Yeah.
I
At
follow
that
him.
point, Easgraf falls to his knees and says that isn't going to work.
Why not?
Lizella's left rapier is a Hellfire rapier. It banishes whoever is killed by it to hell and prevents them from being resurrected.
Damn, you couldn't let me have it.
So wait. So why did he do that? And why
But
did
we'll
Easgraf
never
let
know.
And why did Lizella let him do that? Why did
Lizella was just obeying orders. She didn't know
That's
what would
fair.
happen.
So why did Easgraf let him do that?
He didn't know what he was doing. I bet only Lisa
I didn't know what he
knew
was
the
doing.
conditions of the way that he would die.
No, but Easgraf would have known what Lizella's blade was capable of. So Easgraf would have known that going in.
But
So
he didn't
Easgraf
know what
My friend,
they wanted it for.
my best friend in the whole asked me to trust him, and I did.
Okay. So what do you think his plan was to die, or do you think he had a plan in doing this? What do you think as your friend?
I think his plan was to die. That's why Lisa wanted Lizella gone. He wanted to kill himself so that we could never get the body back to this plane. He killed himself to ensure that Gorm and Lisa would live. And at this point, Easgraf ends his concentration, and Lisa comes back.
I mean, we probably could have like taken a vote first, because what if the Vardaman voted with him? We already know some of the party voted with him.
I'm not gonna
So
say
if the-
what I whispered to him.
If the Vardaman had voted with Slanesh, Slanesh wouldn't have to die, because then the greater approval would have been with keeping the body
I
with him.
don't know why he chose to do that, but Slanesh consistently decides to make decisions on his.
And I say I'll put a warm hand on Gorm's shoulder.
Now, what were you just saying, Sean? Were you saying you were also you sent stuff to Max that you think led to this? Is that what you said, Sean?
Out of game, like I know what I said.
Did you send Max what you also sent me?
No, it was something else that you don't know about.
Yeah, out of game. We're just out of game. Sean kind of completely directly caused this death, but you know, whatever.
It wasn't like I didn't like hurt the dude. I just like
Don't
yeah,
worry.
these are my
Do not
demands.
worry about it. So anyway,
Don't worry. These are my
Lisa
demands.
comes back and sees what has happened, and goes dead silent for a second. And she looks up and she says, "This meeting is. We'll reconvene tomorrow. Everyone out."
Are we getting
But
allowed
wait,
in
but
the
right
room now?
before we leave, Carver has another question, because I don't know anything about Lizella's blade. Is there really nothing we can do as far as dispelling the magic of her blade, or...
When you ask that in game, Lisa and says, "Out now."
I mean, I'll leave, even though I'm on your side, but I'll leave.
You say that in game.
No, I don't want to make her angrier.
All of the other Varnermen file out, most of them extremely confused.
I will follow Gorm.
Gorm goes back to his room. Alright.
I'll go put the book back now.
Damn,
From
Max,
what
you
we
couldn't let
know-
me have the dead body.
From
No,
what
fuck
we
you.
know, from what we know in universe, without
Why
like,
not? Why
specific
can't I have the dead
arcana without a specific arcana check or detect magic or anything like that, from what we know in universe, is it possible that between Easgraf and Slanesh they could have failed?
No, a Hellfire Blade, unless you guys go into the under... Slanesh is gone.
Oh, I meant like maybe they could have faked the death altogether. Maybe Slanesh actually wasn't dead. But
You can say with confidence with how close you were to the scene that that's not...
okay.
Can I have like an insight check into Moo to see
Wait,
if
let's just
he's
go to
like
hell.
good or evil?
Can we just go to rescue him?
You can roll an insight check into Moo to try and get his true motives. I don't know if I'll give you his alignment out.
Okay.
Person.
Is going
This
to
is
hell
16.
to rescue Slanesh an option? Is that on the table?
I mean, you wouldn't have that knowledge.
But do people? There are interplanar spells that get people to and from hell. That is something I would know in universe.
It is physically possible in theory. 16 insight. You don't really get any evil intent off of... Moo just seems especially hurt at the moment by everything that has happened.
I secretly wonder if he was like into necromancy or some bullshit. Like he thought he could bring her back.
I mean, you don't need to
You
be a
definitely don't get
necromancer.
any of those. You don't get any of those types of vibes. You get...
I'm not a necromancer.
You also don't have to be a necromancer. Like there is revivify and raise dead. Like there are things that count necromantic.
So, everyone
Bards
leaves
can't
the room.
learn-
Lisa's
can't
the
learn
last to leave the
Revivify.
room. Remy, you follow Gorm back to his room as he needs to process what has just happened. What does everyone else do?
What?
Agios, what do you do now?
Well, I'll put that book back that I was reading while he died. I guess, I need some more holy water, so I'll go buy some.
All right, you got it. You go to the store and buy some holy water. It does not cost you a dime.
Oh, sick! Free on the house. Let's go.
I mean, you can just kind of get it from the temple in the place.
Yeah, just start stocking them up in bottles.
You got it. Kargar, what do you do?
Kargar's confused, and I have questions for people, but not about this. And I don't think it'd be appropriate to go talk to them about my questions when this is going on.
If it makes you feel better, I'm not bothered by his death.
But you also don't have any sense of coof. When would you know what is appropriate and what's not? Just because Kyle thinks it's inappropriate doesn't mean Kargosh would think it's inappropriate.
I would like to go talk to Eastgraff.
Alrighty, so Kargar's at Eastgraff. Agio stocks off on holy water. Remy is with Gorm. What about you, Moo? What do you do?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do because I really wanted the body.
Did
You
Sean
gonna
want
make
the
that a
body,
bet?
or did Moo want the body?
Moo wants the body, but I really wanted the body, and she's like, "Why you kill yourself? I wanted the body."
Sean, are you gonna make a mech out of her body?
No,
Jiraxis is bad
no,
news.
no. I wanted to bring her to a peaceful resolution, and he killed himself.
Smells like to the bar with Moo to me. Drink his troubles away.
Time to recruit more people at the bar.
Ooh, yes. I'll recruit more people. Nice.
Mm.
All right, and last but not least, Daniel. I'm back. Saved my Switch from never. What? What? Oh, you were probably
the death switch
broken or some shit.
Uh,
Anyway, so
well,
Daniel, what would you like to do with the current events going on? Oh shit! Yeah, that's primary concern number one.
Yeah.
Oh, loud.
let's see.
I don't even remember what's happening
Hey,
elsewhere.
I got 2 new matches. Hey.
Did you spill like a lemon lime soda? Because if you have a surge protector, maybe you'd be okay. I thought that was pretty decent.
Nope. Just going to go destroy a lot of training dummies. Got it. So, real quick, Moo, roll me a d6.
What the fuck am I rolling a d6 for?
Also, since Slanesh is now dead and the body is gone forever, Sean, can I tell people what you told
No,
me?
not at all.
But Slanesh
You
is dead.
recruit you spend the rest of the day at the members.
There's another thing I really wanted to do at the bar.
Okay, we can still do that, but I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
Well, somebody has to tell Andy his character's.
We always knew his character was gonna die eventually.
His character was immortal. In fact, his character was not gonna die.
Well, whose
Wait,
fault
does
is
that
it?
mean in the hypothetical prophecy that the prophecy concerned Lizella's blade stabbing him?
And him
Yeah.
sitting in his friend's chair. Probably
Maybe
by his
chair
own hand.
wasn't that important. The chair probably wasn't that
So,
important.
I bet.
You cut out. Dalton.
Q-tips are amazing.
Yes.
I didn't hear 90% what you said, but I just heard Q-tips are amazing.
I think that's all he
I
said. Yeah.
Interesting.
They single-handedly saved my Switch because I could not get in there to clean it, so the Q-tip barely got it in.
Don't worry, guys. Nothing went wrong this session.
It sounds like everything went wrong. Something
No, I'm
everything went wrong. You caused it. It sounds 100% like you caused all the bad stuff in the session.
I
Sean.
didn't cause anything.
He made Slanesh take his own life.
So, Moo, what's the other thing you want to do at the bar?
Before I go into the bar, I'm gonna transform into like a different form, right?
Sure.
Could be like whatever. And
Sure.
I'm just going to like go to the barkeep like they killed my friend in cold blood.
Barkeep's gonna be like, what?
Slanesh of the Varmint killed my friend in cold blood.
The barkeep looks at you kind of funny and is like, that doesn't.
If you're talking, no one can hear you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
So the barkeep looks at you and
The barkeep
You
looks at
broke
you.
out again.
the barkeep cuts off his penis.
Okay, we heard that.
Okay, we heard that. Oh,
Well, then that's what's canon, I suppose.
okay.
No, the barkeep says that doesn't sound very likely, but the Varnermen are well chosen and they don't kill for no reason.
I'm telling you the truth.
He just kind of goes back to washing his dishes like you.
Also, there was a reason.
I will try to persuade tell him I'm telling the truth, even though I know it's true.
Persuasion.
Is it persuasion? Wouldn't it be deception?
No, it's persuasion. He believes what he's saying.
19.
He kind of looks at you and he doesn't seem convinced, but he can tell that you're going through. And he goes, "Would you like a drink, friend?"
Yes.
he gets you a shot of vodka, and he says, "On the house."
Thank you.
Cheapskate.
Do you have any adventurers at the bar at the moment?
He kind of points out a couple.
Alright. I'm gonna go towards the other ones and start to recruit them to my...
You got your two, bruh.
And I'm gonna tell them, like... Slanesh killed my friend
Remember,
in cold
Slanesh
blood.
killed my friend in cold blood.
Tell
Alright.
the people at the temple that the guild is not to be trusted, and they go off.
You got it.
Oh my god.
Who was it already, emo? Daniel, you go to a training grounds, and there are some. Oh, you want a sparring partner, and you just walk past them and start eviscerating training dummies, and they're just like, okay, cool, and clearly can see they should leave you alone.
All of it. Okay, cool.
You got it, bro. Just walks away. Agios, you go to your.
Agios goes to.
The temple and gets his holy water, pretty unfazed by the events going on.
Of course.
Now what the fuck do I do? Got my holy water.
Could go talk to John.
Go to the laundromat.
Yup, that feels critically important to me.
The
Me personally.
laundromat?
I'm so into that. Yeah, dude.
Okay, am I at the laundromat now?
You should call
Bro,
John.
you get like 6 gold for role playing happily.
He loses half of all his socks.
You should
Yeah.
call
No!
You should call John and do your laundry together.
You get 6 gold, but minus 3 socks.
Yeah. So yeah, you're at the laundromat now. You're at the washing board station in the adventure.
Are there any hot mums in the area?
Roll a perception check.
See how many MILFs are around? You're gonna betray John like that?
7.
Monster.
You see something slightly attractive. Crazy.
Wait, are you saying that if I rolled higher, I would have just seen someone more attractive?
Yes, you would have.
Damn. Okay, well, I'm only interested in, like, hot milfs, so...
Yeah, you
let's,
need those dime piece with them babies, dude. I got it.
What's that, Carl?
I think you should be level 9. Are you level 8?
I am level 8.
Everyone is level 8, no?
No, we're
No,
not. We leveled up.
Yeah, Kargar, Moo, and Remy are 9. The only person
I
who's not.
literally just asked him what level we are, and he said 8.
So yeah, fun fact: Agios is the first player in the list, and I saw Agios was 8, so I said, "Oh, we're level 8." But I forgot that Agios missed last session, and I leveled you guys up.
Oh, okay. So like while I'm washing, I just like level up. So like
Yes.
Yes. Daniel, you train your way up a level to level 9.
I mean, all I get is better unarmored movement, so it's not like unarmored movement improvement. Okay.
I'm taking. Wait, hold on. Let me see what I get when I level up first before I
I got
decide this.
Indomitable or whatever. It's nothing.
I can walk up walls
That's pretty fire.
and water.
Naruto.
I didn't get anything when I hit level 9.
You get spells.
Yo, you get something. Everybody gets something.
You get a new spell level.
Oh, spell. Oh, true. I do too.
Max, you wanna know the funny thing is?
What?
Spell magic.
I can
Taking
fly. That means nothing.
That's a fact. All right, Kargar, you go to Eastgraph's door and you knock on, and he opens it up and he says, "Oh, hello."
Hi. I have 2 questions for you.
Uh,
One of which.
Okay, come in, please. I don't
Okay.
wish to just stand in my door. And you go in, and this is somewhere between the high lifestyle of Gorm and the no lifestyle of Lisa Lisa. You know, like it's a nice 2-bedroom looking apartment, spacious, but it's nothing crazy. You know what I'm saying?
I have a question that pertains to the current situation, and I have a question that I had for you prior to this current situation. Which one would you like me to ask first?
I suppose it doesn't really matter to me. Just ask your questions, son.
Um, I don't know. I was told that. Well, I guess I wasn't told. Is it possible to? I guess I'll have to ask this in game so Carter can know because Kyle knows. Is it possible to revivify or resurrect or reincarnate Slinek?
No, those struck
Okay.
by a hellfire weapon can never be brought.
Yes. So my first question then, because that one doesn't count, because that's question 0. Question 1.
Okay.
Interesting.
It's like subsets of questions. That's all under the first heading. Is it possible for us, not us, either the guild or us, to go to hell to quote unquote rescue him?
I was sparing everyone the details of what the Hellfire Rapier truly does. Any humanoid killed by the rapier is immediately sent to the river Styx and is respawned as a devil. There is no chance for Slanesh anymore.
You could use the summon devil spell and then.
And he would be a devil, not Slanesh.
Okay. That is fair. And there is no way to undo that devilish nature.
If there is, I would do it.
Okay. All right. I was kind of thinking a fun trip to the River Styx or fun trip to hell would be cool. Okay. So my second question, which has nothing to do with the current thing, so please forgive my. But you say that he doesn't know. He doesn't know what's cooked and uncooked. But he'd just be like, "Cool. Here's my second question. Remember how when I joined up, everybody was afraid that I could be resucked into the hive, and like so I wanted to go fight monsters, and I was turned down, and I wanted to, be in a certain class, but I was turned down, and blah blah blah, because people were afraid I could be reabsorbed.
I remember vividly.
Okay, and then also I think you and Slanesh both said that you knew how I was separated, but you wouldn't tell me because you were afraid I would be. What?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. And you both Eastgraph, both you and Slanesh had said that you knew how I had been separated, but you didn't want to tell me for fear that I could be reabsorbed.
That is correct.
Not Eastgraph. Yolkarth recently made me, and I point to my helmet, this helmet that protects me from the psychic reach of Illithid. So I cannot be reabsorbed by the hive mind so long as I wear this helmet.
He looks curious for a second. He says, "Can?"
What'd he say?
He looks curious for a second. He says, "Can I see?"
I prefer I not take it off, and I just lean over so he can look at it.
Oh, okay. Can you roll me a dexterity saving throw?
Is the guy trying to pull it off my head?
I don't remember saying anything about that. I would just like.
Wait, Kyle, you have the
Are you-
helmet. The Jinn don't affect you anymore.
I don't know that that's true. It's protecting me from the psychic
definitely not
energies of the Elithid. I don't know that it would protect me from the Jinn curse.
Yeah, there will be a psychic link from the Jinn curse.
Max, is that correct?
The Jinn
You
made
have-
the world.
As far as you know, the Jinn magic.
That's what I thought.
You cut off.
So anyway, can you roll me a dexterity saving check, please?
Yep, working on it. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. It was a
He
20.
takes
It was a
he
20.
takes the helmet
and
off
it
in
was a 2.
literally like 2 seconds flat, and he says, "Now, did you notice how easy that was?"
Fucking twist the knife.
He hands it back to you and says,
Max, you cut off. He hands it back. What?
"He hands it back and says, you are not to know what has happened to you. It is too great a risk to your being. I won't."
I put the helmet on, and then I buckle the pin strap that I had unbuckled before. And then... That's fair that you can take the helmet off, but I meant more as in, like, it's not like I could be walking down the street and then, like, you know, from 100 feet away, they could psychically re-entangle me. There would have
He
to be
puts his
physical
hand on your shoulder and he says, "No one understands the struggle of not knowing why you are better than me. But it is in your best interest that you don't know what has happened to you."
Okay. Alright.
Damn, they drugged your drink.
What if I had this helmet not psychically, surgically implanted into my brain as a skull cap?
You run a decent risk of death from such a surgery.
That's true. That is.
But if you can convince your Molotov to do it and survive the, I'll tell you what.
That's fair. I guess my only comment there would be, Eastgraph, that's a fair point. They could take my helmet off and then reabsorb me. But isn't that slightly true of basically anybody? Most people are subject to hold person and mental entanglement. Tasha's, dissonant whispers. Like, psychic attacks can affect most people, and so with the helmet on, I can't be reabsorbed. With the helmet off, I could be, but Remy could easily fall under the entanglement of creature just as well. Like, psychic and mind control powers do exist.
You don't realize how powerful you truly cut off with the hive. You getting reabsorbed, having another of your kind, would not benefit any of us.
Okay.
I am not as cold-hearted as Nesh, but I will not be the reason it happens.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
He kind of nods and says, "Anytime."
Okay. I walk out.
Okay.
My laundry
So-
just finished.
Your laundry just finished. What do you do now?
I'm just putting it back on because I've kind of just been, wearing
Naked.
my board shorts.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, because I guess I just leveled up after putting it back on.
Hey, wait a second, guys! I just said I have Indomitable. When I fail a saving throw, what's Indomitable say? I just got this power. Let me read it.
Kyle, I'll give you a hint. He was gonna pass.
Oh, no matter what I did.
If you had nat 20, I'd have fucked. But
Wait, say it
You
again.
see,
Wait.
if you had nat 20, I was gonna give. But he was trying to prove. That point needed proof.
You're cutting off so much tonight, dude.
I want to kill myself really badly.
I had
Jess,
like
I did nothing wrong. I'm trying to tell you, I did nothing wrong.
You can't convince me, you crazy kid.
Yeah.
I am
One of those, like, Hitler did nothing wrong beat.
How's that? Is that any better?
Jess, I didn't cause it.
You didn't
it was
cut
on
off when
my
you said that, but
actions.
we'll see, I guess.
So Max, just to make me feel better, I got a 17 instead. So he still would have gotten the helmet.
So now that my
I-
launch is done, I'm gonna
Kyle's
will
brain
make a
did
dex
not
save.
compute. Could not roll that.
I also got a 17.
For
Can
what?
you guys hear me? Yes, you can.
All right, let's do something.
Okay, real quick, Agios, are you doing anything else?
Wanna
Yeah,
come
I'm
to the
gonna go to
bar,
the grocery
Obvious?
store and pick up some mints, a bit of parsley, some pasta, and some tomatoes.
That's
Okay.
a crazy dinner, dude.
Kargar realizes he left the dishes in the sink with the brains on them, so he has to go back and do dishes. I guess we're just gonna do a chore episode. Kargar would like to go wash his brain dishes.
Yeah,
please.
I'd like to
I
go to
don't
the
think we're having
to
a
the
funeral
to the
this episode.
To the hot
when
spot.
when you go back to the room that you guys all share, you
Yeah.
notice that there is a box on top of Agios's bed.
Package arrived.
Agios is not there though, right?
Correct.
Take that package.
I probably shouldn't open Agios's package.
You're a hive slave. Do it.
Can I like roll
Oh,
insight
what's
to
up?
see if like I
Here,
sense
read the
anything
label.
from it?
What do you mean? If you said you don't sense
Like-
anything?
Oh, like if I okay.
the label.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'd see. Is there a note on it? Or what?
There's a note on it that says to Agios. It is
You cut out again.
Agios something.
I know what's in that box. I just
in a sealed letter.
boom. I know what's in there. Go get
Like,
Agios.
there's a letter that says to Agios, but it is
You cut out again.
But it is what?
sealed. It is sealed. There's a wax seal. You open it, he will know that you opened his mail. Right.
Matt, you either need to use a different mic or don't use a mic at all. Like one or the other. 'Cause I don't know what.
No, we need to hear his sexy voice.
Oh, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, remember last time where like if you used a headset, it worked worse, but when you used his computer's mic, it worked better or whatever. That's what I meant. Like, yeah. Yeah,
My Amazon delivery has
I don't
arrived.
think he's within. I don't think he's within the distance. I will double check. Oh, yeah. So I stay here with the box, and I use Barkar, and I can have Barkar go up to 1,000 feet. So I would like to search for Agios within 1,000 feet.
I'm at the grocery store right now.
Do I know he's at the grocery store?
I left a note at the door saying I was doing some chores, so you can just assume.
Okay, so I sent Barkar out. I'm using Echo Avatar so I can see through Barkar's eyes and stuff, and so I'm gonna use Barkar to go look for Agios.
Agios just meets this mean old lady at the grocery store.
Oh, hello, ma'am.
She's a filthy freak with tons of lizards on her chest. Like, get out of my way.
My bad. Just,
Does Barkar find Agios?
Probably not.
yeah, probably not.
Oh,
Don't worry, I will find my way to Agios. Did
Now that
I
I got my
find
groceries,
Agios?
how much do the groceries cost? How much?
It costs you
Jesus.
6 gold.
Oh no, my 6 gold. Okay, there we go. Grocery dinner is handled. I can head home now.
Okay, Barkar greets you at the door, and is waving at you and trying to like get you to go upstairs fast.
Okay, calm down, Barkar. Calm down. I walk upstairs and
Calm down, it's not
Oh my
like someone died this session.
I'm like fiddling around in my pocket,
I'll be
trying to
back in a minute.
trying to get my keys out, but like I'm kind of struggling because I got all the groceries in my hands.
I'm just gonna whisper to Agios, like, hey, Agios,
Yeah, he's whispering to me right now.
come to the bar.
No, fucking.
How would I hear you say come to the bar?
Because we have that telepathic link.
No, you don't. Only Kargar.
I did not know we had that link.
Only
Yeah,
Kargar
wait,
does.
Barkar, that's a good point. Barkar can tell me when you're within 30 feet, so I can just start talking to you now.
Yeah, true.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it breaking up at all?
No.
Not
Say
at the
a really-
moment.
Not for now.
Say a really long sentence.
I really hate Kyle. I think he is the goddamn worst. His jokes aren't funny. I wish he would quit my D&D campaign. And it's just
Tell
like
me
his
the
character's
plot.
unoriginal. Fucking Barkar is the stupidest thing in the world. I
Tell me
think
the
he
plot
should
of
just
Star Wars, but Jar Jar Binks is the main villain.
You
in
were
every
perfect and clear in
chapter.
everything you said, and we
Yeah.
heard the conviction in your voice.
Yes, you were good.
Max, you just broke
I
out.
totally believed you. That was
Nice
a really
try,
good
Sean.
sentence.
Nice fucking try, Sean.
What happened with Sean?
Great, mate. I rate 8 out of 8.
Deacon, did you see my message to you?
No.
Anyways, so Agios returns home with groceries. Kargar's like, hey, you have a package, and you guys are in your room right now, and there is a package with a letter that says to Agios.
I think
Yes,
I
me
know
and
what
Kargar,
it
It
is.
is you and Kargar, yes.
And
Okay. I go, oh cool, my Amazon delivery is here. And then I put the groceries on the bench and I go, I've been waiting for this remote control car for a while. And then I go to open up the letter and I read what it says. And what does it say exactly?
The letter says, Agios, I did not choose this, it chose me. It has now chosen you. Best of luck with this curse.
I fucking
No.
knew it!
I'll be like, hold on, I think they might have got the wrong place. and then I open up the box.
It is Slanesh's orb.
I fucking knew it!
What the
I
fuck?
thought it was a present from John.
I'm gonna put the letter down and then pick it up with 2 hands.
It says hi, but in your head.
Cute.
I kind of like look up at the roof and go, hi? Hi.
No, down here, in your hands.
I look at the orb puzzled and I go, hello?
So
Hello.
cute. It's so cute.
Are you alive?
Yes, I've always been alive.
What are you?
I'm an orb.
I get you're an orb, but like, other orbs usually don't talk, right?
No, I'm special.
Okay, so you're a special orb.
Yes.
Pet
Is
it.
it a good special?
Yes, it's a very good special. I tell you the future.
Oh. I mean, that is pretty special.
Slanesh named me Liam.
Liam.
Can I name you something else? Or do you like the name?
I don't really care.
You shouldn't.
If you think I should be named something different, it is inconsequential to me.
I think Liam, it doesn't suit you very well. I don't think Slanesh had very good taste. I think you're like more like a...
Google Mesh.
What if he picked his own name because he's sentient? You wouldn't adopt like a 10-year-old and be like, I'm gonna change your name.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Adopt
I
a
would.
puppy and change its name, though.
That's
I would,
fair.
yeah.
I that's fair about a puppy. Something that's like branded.
What's your favorite letter?
Oh, what's your name?
My name is Argios.
My favorite letter is A.
Anarchy.
I'm gonna call you...
Did it used to be your favorite letter was S?
You cannot talk to this orb, Kyle.
I know, I'm aware. Well, actually, out of
The orb
curiosity,
does finger of death on you,
I'm gonna
Kyle.
call you Allspice.
Allspice it is.
Oh
my
Allspice
God.
or
You guys
anchovy?
say I make bad jokes. That's not even a joke. That's just like
Do you want almonds, allspice, or anchovies?
Whatever you would prefer.
Okay, pick a number, 1 to 3.
2.
2. Okay, I'm gonna call you almonds. I like the name almonds.
Almonds it is.
I actually really like almond nuts. Have you eaten food ever?
No, I can't.
Oh,
Time to
give us
shove
an
food in its gullet.
I am sitting here in
Hey, you
silence.
want to see something cool?
Sure.
Okay, it shows you a vision.
What do I see in the vision?
In the vision, you see Kaiser and his armies fighting against one man in an Uragiri monocloak. And this one man slaughters Kaiser's entire kingdom, and Kaiser included.
Damn, that's rough. What does it
Well,
dude
that's
look
how we
like?
kill off a character, but okay.
Fun.
What does the dude look like in the Urugiri monocloak? Can I see?
It is a Warforged.
Am I like
Mm.
in a third person?
Oh, it's
Yes,
still gonna
you're in
happen.
like a third person view. Here, I can show you exactly what it looks like.
So I'm kind of like in a spectator's bubble kind of thing.
Yep.
Damn, it's gonna happen again. His
As
death
Kargar
meant
is
nothing.
Just standing right
It
there.
was
He
a
looks like
her,
this.
and her death did not mean nothing. It made it so it wouldn't happen immediately.
His
Oh,
death
like that.
meant nothing.
Hers. It's a her death. Kargar's
Slanesh.
just Oh, Slanesh's death. Okay.
Slash's
Kargar's
death
stand-
meant nothing.
Kargar's standing there, and Kargar would just say, Agios, what's going on? It's been like a couple minutes. Why are you just standing there silently staring at Slanesh's orb?
The vision
No,
stopped, and Allspice
I'm
stops
saying
talking to you.
By the way, I was saying all of that out loud, Kyle. I was just.
No, it was all technically in your head, wasn't it?
No. Like
he
it made
hears,
me
he
talk-
can, yeah, he can talk to it aloud, but he will only get responses in his head.
Yeah. So you just see me like talking to this orb.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if I psychically talk to Agios?
There
while
is
he
no
is
way
psychically-
in game for you to hear what the orb has to say, whether you're in his head or not.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
All good.
Almond don't want to talk to you.
We could have revived a
forget
girl
what I
and
said.
spared this nonsense, but no, he killed himself.
I mean, if
Fun fact, you were there for it. That is not what Jaraxxus looks like. And Agios, you would know that that is what the Urigirimono that was in Crossport, who is claimed to be the leader of the Urigirimono, looks like.
Oh,
Sure.
we were just assuming that we just assumed that the Warforged spotted in Crossport and the Warforged spotted in Grimleon were the same Warforged. But it
Yeah.
wasn't.
You did not assume that. Last week, Jaraxxus very blatantly told you that he was the one who created Spark Razor's body for him.
Yeah, I don't know who Spark Racer is.
Spark Razor is this Warforged that's going to lay waste to Kaiser's Kingdom.
Okay.
Who is
so, if this is the
Jaraxxus
future,
Kingdom-
is there a way for us to find his
Jaraxxus
body
is the
ahead of
Warforged
time?
they fought last week.
Okay.
Wait, what's Kaiser's kingdom again?
Volford.
Is there a way that we can find his body before he's technically put into
wait
it?
a minute.
Did they kill Jirax?
No, this is
They did
guys,
kill
this is
Jaraxxus.
This is Spark Razor's current body. It's not that we can prevent him
Yeah,
going
this
into it.
body already.
Yeah. So it actually is useful.
Wait,
so Sean, it was good because he still stopped Jaraxxus from reincarnating or whatever. This is a different Warforged, so it actually
His
is still...
death meant nothing.
Yes, it did.
So, I'm sorry, what are you saying, Agios?
So, as far as we know, this guy's name is what? Spark Razor?
Spark Razor.
Mm.
But you know that's not his real name, it's the alias he runs by.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Agios, were you just talking to the orb or talking to yourself or what's going on?
Who knows? Anyway, I'm in the middle of something. And I
No,
look
who
back down.
knows? I'm your friend and we're in the party together.
I'm in the middle of something, okay? I look back down and I go, can you show me something else?
No, that's all for today.
For today, like, is it like a once a day kind of thing?
It's whenever I feel like it, kind of.
Is there like special days where like you feel more like it than other days?
Oh yeah, everyone has mood swings, right?
Right. Do you have like a favorite type of weather?
Gee, I never really thought about it. I like sunny days, though, if I had to pick.
Sunny days. Okay. Hold on. I don't have a thing for this. Oh no, I took the other spell. Damn it! I should have took the spell sunlight. No. I'm taking that next level.
That's mad funny. Alrighty.
So what else do you do? Can I like, or do I have to like hold you from now on, or can you like?
Oh, well, I can't get around on my own.
Can you turn into different things, or you
No,
like
I'm an orb.
Okay. Are you okay with being in a backpack?
I suppose so.
Alright, well, into the backpack you go. Woo! And then I close it.
I'm very upset that you didn't pet him.
He's like, wow, it's cramped in here.
Yeah,
We'll
there's
get you a bigger backpack.
I really do need a bigger backpack.
And maybe a pillow?
You want a pillow? Oh, I
Yeah,
grab.
I-
Carl, you see that pillow on your bed? Can you check that here for a sec?
Who's
Cargar.
Kyle?
Cargar. You see that? You see that pillow on your bed? Can I have that for a sec?
Can you tell me what's? I will happily give you this pillow if you can tell me what the fuck is going on.
I can't do
The,
that.
the orb wants a pillow. I need the pillow.
This sounds like I'm not gonna get my pillow back.
Do you want
You
your
can
pillow
get your
back?
pillow back.
I ideally would like. I needed to sleep at night.
There you
I
go.
would ideally like my pillow back.
Well, I don't want to give it my pillow. It's my pillow.
Yeah, that's fair. We're the only ones here right now. Why don't we take away one of the other people's pillows?
I agree.
So
Okay, we'll go.
Margot goes and takes Remy's
Take Kaiser's
pillow.
pillow.
I take Remy's pillow.
Oh, yeah,
away.
let's take Kaiser's pillows. He's got like they're like filled with griffin feathers or some shit, so they're like super soft because he's super rich. So.
Well, yeah, but since Kaiser's not here, that's not as funny. If we stole the pillow from someone who's here, that's funnier.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I never came home last night, so you don't know where I
Is
live.
Remy- Guys, yeah, Remy
Yeah,
didn't use her
actually,
pillow last
she's
night.
not-
Let's
she's
just
not
use
using
Remy's pillow. Remy's
The
not
orb,
gonna use
the orb will use the pillow more, so I'll take Remy's pillow. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. This is a nice pillow here.
Does it smell
So
like me?
how-
Delicious.
How did you know?
The orb cannot smell.
How
Does
did
he
you know
feel
the
good
orb-
vibes from my pillow?
How did you know the orb wanted a pillow, Agios?
Just had a feeling, like a little inkling, you know.
Huh.
Also, you know, I've got a lot of bottles, like glass bottles, in my bag, so I didn't want to like break the orb or something. You know.
Can you ask the? Are you talking to the orb?
No, I'm talking to you right now.
No, I know. Are you able to talk to the orb in general?
I mean, anyone can talk to the orb, like whether or not you're a
Let's-
weirdo.
Let's test that theory. I know I can't hear it. Orb, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, you're weird. Why are you talking to my orb?
No, I'm talking to you, and you just said I could talk to the orb if I wanted to, and I was trying to prove a
Yeah,
theory that no, I
anyone
cannot
can
talk to the orb.
talk to the orb, just as anyone can talk to the door. Like,
Oh, okay. Gotcha, but the orb can't talk back. Well, I was trying to see if the orb could actually hear things. I don't think the orb has ears. So I think the orb has a psychic connection to you, and I don't think the orb can hear things. Orb.
like,
What?
how do you know I'm not just a weirdo that likes talking to inanimate objects?
Agios, we just saw our friend we just saw our companion die just now, and then we also saw somebody we were supposed to rescue die the day before. We've now had 2 people die in the last 24 hours. If you're talking to Slanesh's orb, I think it'd be cool if we could maybe figure that out. So, are you talking to Slanesh's orb?
I don't know, am I? How do you know this is
Cool.
Slanesh's orb?
You're being very persistent for someone
Yes.
who doesn't know stuff.
No, I'm being persistent because I don't know stuff. I think it's the other way around. I'm the only one who's here right now, and I don't it's like, Kargar doesn't understand. He's like, you have an orb, why are you talking to it? I don't think that's weird at all, because then
I look
I
look towards my bag and I telepathically say, "Can you change colors?
I can change colors.
Can you change to like a bright green real quick for me?"
He does that.
And then I pull it out and I say,
Raver orb.
"This isn't. What do you mean, Slanesh's orb? This is different.
What's up?
I mean,
This is a chameleon."
wasn't I there when you
No.
read the note? Did you not read the note out loud?
The note never mentions Slanesh, fun fact.
Okay,
True.
fine, but it definitely said.
That's what they
"Take
give
my
you
curse."
automatically.
I'm done
Yeah.
with it, and I'm done. I'm
No,
dead
they don't.
now.
Not
I look
depending.
I just keep switching up my story on you. I go, "It's a chameleon orb, see?" And then I put it on the bed and it turns white.
All right, okay. I'm gonna go to bed, I guess. If you want to be cagey about this, Agios.
It's a little bit easier to figure out
If-
quest
if
lines.
this-
I just
If this is Slanesh's orb, hypothetically, let's say it's not. But if it was,
which it isn't.
then don't
This
you
is my
think
orb.
there's
I'm
something
just
that
trying to
can
get to
be
the
gained
combat.
from Slanesh's orb about Slanesh's last moments, or about why Slanesh killed himself, or things like that from Slanesh's orb, if it was his orb, or about, you know, I don't know, other. Oh, Kyle had a question that Kargar was going to ask, but I lost my train of thought.
Okay, Kyle, okay, Kyle, let me tell you this, okay? It's not Slanesh's orb, it's my orb, okay? Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
And
All
also,
right.
I like to think he has a mind of his own, so he's his own person.
The
His
orb
own
turns
orb.
bright pink.
Says the person who just renamed him.
Yeah, well, I do what I want, and then I put him back in
And
the
you don't
pouch.
know that. So,
No, I don't.
He
That was
kind of
Kyle.
does because, because Agios was talking out as he was like, I'm going to call you Alms.
Yeah, he did say that out loud. Yeah.
So anyway, Kargar goes to bed.
Yep,
You have a dandy old time playing with your new. You like your ball, you know.
I do.
Anyway, Remy, you and Gorm go back to his room, and he just kind of sits at the table and is like, face in hand. He's a little lost at the moment.
I kind of say, why don't we sit down somewhere comfortable? I know that this is a really tough situation, and we don't have to talk about it if you don't want, but I think we could both use some comfort right now. And I motion over to the couch.
He says, "You're right. This is a tense moment. We should try and relax." And he goes.
Okay. And I just kind of like put my head on his shoulder and I just kind of like pet his hair. And I'm like, if you need to talk to me, we can talk. If you don't want to talk, that's fine.
I'd rather just sit here for the moment.
Okay, that's what we'll do. That's all.
All right. Yeah. Um. So, Daniel, after you're done destroying some test dummies, you want to go check on Lisa. You said, right? Indeed. So you head over. Door.
If you're talking, no one can hear you.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I said he goes over to Lisa's door. All right. Can you guys hear what I'm saying right now? The words coming out of my mouth.
Yes.
Okay. He goes to Lisa's. He is at her door. Man, I thought I fixed this by putting in my mic.
Do you think there's like a short or something in your system?
I doubt it. I only have this problem with you guys. It's weird.
That's so weird.
Oh, I'm muted. Yeah, we could hear you.
Jesus.
You hear her say, "Who's there?" You can come in. It's not locked. You got it, Jess.
Okay.
Daniel, when you enter in, it's her normal and her closet is open with her blade and her mirror, and you look over and you can see that she has cut herself on her right shoulder.
Sheesh.
Oh my God, Augie, dude, Deacon, did you watch last week's session?
No, I haven't yet. Tell me.
You
I
fucking
told him about him
need
though.
to. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Daniel, before you commit to saying that, you can see that the blade is back in its spot in the closet.
So just start watching it now.
Oh, okay. You don't have to start watching it now. There's just a lot of things happening. Okay, when you say that, she looks up at you and she says, "Help yourself," and points to the blade. she kind of just puts her face in her hands and is clearly ashamed of what's happening now. She stays silent for a moment, and then she says, "There are so many things that I can't prevent. I'm tired of feeling helpless with all of the power that I have." I've been fighting for so long. Fighting to help the Adventurers Guild. Fighting to keep my husband alive. I've never been able to do any of it. And then she kind of stands up and says, "I think I'm going to resign as far."
Oh shit.
Sheesh.
I don't know. I have no idea. You're right. It is not smart to make an important decision in my current mind state. I don't want people to see me right now. She gives a very small, very subtle smile, and gets up and gets some sake and brings it to the two of you and sits at you at the table to drink.
That's me.
Carter isn't there. You have to whisper like everybody else.
She takes your hand and continues to drink, and after about an hour and finishing a bottle of sake, she says, "I am very tired. I think I need to sleep." The spaghetti is almost ready. She says, "No one disturbs me as is. I'd rather you stay with me for the time being." And she opens the closet and pulls out a blanket and a pillow, and she lies on the floor to get some sleep. Alrighty. And I think that wraps up tonight, yes? Anyone else with any final stuff? Kargar and Barkgar and Agios eat some delicious spaghetti.
We have plenty of.
I would like to just fasten a chin strap to my helmet. That way, if I'm ever in battle, it doesn't fall off by accident.
You got it, boss.
Nice. Are we ending tonight night?
No.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
Like in game night.
Yeah.
Yes, the end game night.
I would just ask
we have-
Gorm if he wanted me to stay over, if I should go back.
He puts his hand on your hand and he says, "Every moment away from you is more painful than a moment with you."
Oh.
Also, you ain't got no pillow back here.
And he stands up and we have a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
It seems like it. And I say if I were to stay here, it would save me a lot of room from just coming and bothering you first thing in the morning.
He starts to walk to his bedroom.
I ask him if he wants me to find a pillow and blanket.
He looks at you and he says, "There are plenty of pillows in my bed."
I say, I warn you, I steal blankets, and I follow him.
He says, "I'm used to the cold of the mountains."
Do we have a fridge in this day and age?
You have an icebox.
Okay.
Why, did you put your leftover spaghetti away?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that like preserving it was possible.
Yeah, man, totally.
I imagine you like taking a spoon of the spaghetti and rubbing it on the orb, and then being like, "Can you taste that?"
No, I'm a little bit smarter than that. He already told me he can't eat.
That's true.
But maybe nobody ever tried rubbing.
Maybe he doesn't try.
Meanwhile, you see Cargo trying to feed Volkar. Volkar's not real.
Hawkeye? Do you guys know what Lemingtons are?
Stores? Bloomingtons?
Like, Lemingtons. You know what Lemingtons are?
No.
Is that just an Australian thing?
Don't think I do.
I know the English term lemmings, like,
Yeah, no, Lemingtons is not a thing I know.
Okay.
Lemingtons are like these little, chocolate rectangles that have, coconut.
Yeah, I just googled them. They look good, but
Yeah, they're really
a
good.
Lemington is an Australian cake made from squares of butter cake or sponge cake coated an hour later of chocolate sauce and rolled in desiccated coconut. That sounds amazing.
It's so good, you know. And you can get
I
them
love
in...
coconut.
They're so good. I thought that's what Remington's name was from, so I was just asking.
That's mad funny. All right, next day. So I assume everyone that is in the Adventurers Guild is going to partake in the continuation of yesterday's meeting. Moo, what do you do?
Before the meeting or after the meeting?
Both? We'll start with
Are you
before.
coming to the
Yeah, are you coming to the meeting is kind of...
I'm coming to the meeting.
Okay. So then, is there anything pressing anyone wants to do to go to the meeting?
Not in particular.
No, I guess I'll just make sure the orb is, in my bag.
Yeah, you got it.
I might
So
stop
we're
and
gonna
change
take
my clothes and stuff.
Well, yeah, sure. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break so that I can run to the bathroom and pee. Everyone get your shit together, and then we'll see you soon.
All right, sounds good. Pee time.
I realized after the fact there's a question I would have asked Eavesgraph, so I'll have to wait until the next time I get to ask Eavesgraph a question, because I didn't think of it at the time. Oh, well.
Don't
Sean,
worry. I did nothing wrong.
Obviously, I'm still not going to say anything. But now that Slanesh is dead and the demiplane is locked forever and she's stuck there, why can't I reveal what you said? Because it's not like
because it's still there's stuff I can still do.
Oh, okay.
I did nothing wrong though.
It sounds like if what you said to me is anything, then what you said to Max must be worse. And if what you said to Max,
No, it was even tamer than that. Kyle, it was even more tamer than that.
I swear, if I need to take a knife every day.
To Moo, or you just mean in general?
From Lisa, just continually take away knives.
You might have to, yeah. But I did nothing wrong, guys.
You did everything wrong.
So that you did everything wrong.
But I didn't cause his death.
If it's in Moo's character, I can't blame you at all, you know?
I just didn't do anything wrong.
I think you have to roll a deception check as you said that.
Well, I did nothing wrong. That's not deception. I did nothing wrong.
No, you did everything wrong.
I gave my demands to the person.
Yeah, you shouldn't be giving demands to the Varderman. You're a bard from a random bar we met one time. Like you're not.
Yeah, but Kyle, but think about this. I just talked to the dude. I didn't make any rolls. He just took his life.
You literally pointed your crossbow at him and threatened his life at one point. I'm not saying anything like out of school. Like I'm not being rude. I'm saying like in real life, you walked up to like a general. You walked up to like I can't even think of a general. Back in the day, you walked up to George Washington with a crossbow. You don't think someone's gonna come at you for doing that? Like
No, not at all. I did nothing wrong. He killed himself on his own volition. Now, if you only cooperated with me,
Sir, we just got your sister's body from Afghanistan. It's filled with explosives, though, so we cannot release her body to the public. It's filled with explosives. You pull a gun out and say, "Give me the body, or else I shoot you with my gun." And then they go, "We can't do that, sir. It's filled with explosives." Also,
and
it's
then the
still in
person like, nah, I'm gonna
Afghanistan.
kill myself so you can't get the body. Like, no, that doesn't make sense.
No. Them killing themselves is maybe a step too far, but you insisting that these party of 12 super powerful, super important people bow to your demands is the issue. Like,
But here's the thing, I didn't have to roll a check for it. That's what makes it worse.
You made everything wrong.
because I don't think there's a persuasion check you could have done in the world that would have convinced Lanesh. Like, he probably had, like...
Well, no, he was gonna bring it back, but like, I made a little thing like, hey, I need this, or I'm taking this thing away from you guys, and you don't want this thing taken away from you guys.
What thing are you taking away from us?
We don't know. He's being vague on purpose.
I'm being vague on purpose. It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm taking each thing away
In
from
the
you.
same way that Agios wouldn't have a conversation with his friend Kargar.
To be fair, Kargar asked a lot of questions that Kargar shouldn't know.
yeah.
Well, no. Kargar wasn't asking anything bad. Kargar was like, literally, Agios said he was talking to the orb out loud, verbally. So Kargar standing right next to him in his bedroom, which I was, hearing you talk to yourself would seem very off to Kargar in person. Forget Kyle.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see you
fair.
talking to yourself.
The
obviously-
Slanesh's orbit was the only bit that threw me off.
What?
The Slanesh's orbit was the only bit that really threw me off.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah, because I think
was
he's still
like,
alive. I
What
think he's
threw
still
me
alive.
off was him suddenly saying, Whoa, sorry, my brain died. Was him saying, "Oh, so you're speaking to it telepathically?" Like, he knew about the telepathy immediately.
Oh yeah.
Well,
yeah,
no. That was Kyle. That was Kyle asking out loud, "Hey Max, if I speak telepathy..."
No. Beforehand, you had Kargar say something about him talking to the orb telepathically.
There was a lot of stuff that was like, guys.
I thought that was a Kyle question, the telepathy part.
What's it called? I wasn't like trying to be like, oh, I'm not gonna tell you. It was more like me just being dumb, saying like, oh, who knows? Oh, who knows? Like maybe
If
I'll
I
just
ever
tell you.
misstated, I'm sorry. In universe, I thought Kargar was either hearing silence, because I know that happened at one point. I'm like, why is it just silence? What's going on? And then when you established, no, I was talking verbally. Then I was asking questions about the verbal, and then I said,
Yeah,
if there is telepathy going on, can I sense it as Kargar? And that was a no. But I don't. Yeah, if I did mention telepathy before I knew about it, I apologize. And I think, if anything, I meant, hey, why has there been silence for this 10-minute period where you're just staring at this orb in silence for 10 minutes? Which I think would still be
Let's
suspicious. If in real life, Jess opened a package and just stared at the package in silence for 10 minutes, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
I would never even get to open the package. As soon as he saw a package, he's like, what's that? What you doing? What'd you order? Blah, blah, blah. That's just
No.
Kyle naturally.
No.
Kyle, that's what you do
actually,
always. Natural Kyle.
With packages. Yes, when you get a package, I'm like, what is it? What's going on? What is it?
But
But
it just sounds like
even worse, if you got a package, just opened a package and just stared at it and then started talking to the package, of course anyone would freak out if you're talking to a package.
Okay, let's say that in universe, Kargar knows that I have an orb and that I talk to it and that its name is Almond.
Yes, that's all I know as of right now. Yes.
And that it's a chameleon orb. Also I say anyway.
Ooh, get it.
It changes colors.
You can rave now. Eat some shrooms and just let it go.
I'm good.
But yeah, I did nothing wrong. The guy killed
Everything's
himself.
wrong.
You killed him.
Who do you keep
Definitely
trying to
your fault.
convincing? Because it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself, bud.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
no, like I was surprised also. Like, oh, he killed himself.
like, no, I think it was your fault. That's what I choose to believe.
I have a feeling we're gonna have some party versus party combat.
It's always gonna derive
It's always
from
gonna be Sean. Sean's gonna have to re-roll a new character again.
And it's
Sean
like I
just
did
loves
nothing
making
wrong.
Sean just loves making characters.
I did nothing wrong. That's the thing.
Sean is
Nah,
a
you
guest
killed
star and he just picks a new role every day.
Sean, the thing is, you wanted to do something wrong.
I didn't. It's literally like
You pointed at
They
them.
literally killed one of my like backstory like first day. Like what the fuck?
You
Well,
pointed
yeah, but I think,
a
but also
crossbow at him.
you aimed a crossbow at him, and also they told you they were being mind controlled and they would have been taken over by the bad guy. I
Yeah,
feel like
if
yes,
they come back alive, she's
No,
dead.
if they come back at
There
all,
was no statement about her coming back alive. Just
He can control a dead body.
yeah, he can control a dead body.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Can we? I want to stab him. I want to stab him.
I want to stab Sean. Just IRL.
Yeah,
Okay.
not even Moo. I don't want to stab Moo. I want to stab Sean.
Stab them both.
Like, there. We could have done a lot of stuff, but like.
I
we
want to
killed
do
him.
so
We could have leveled up if we
I-
could spot his friend.
I want to do so much psychic damage to Moo that Sean feels. Like,
Then keep whispering dad jokes.
Sean's onto something though. We could have fought it and leveled up maybe. Like,
Yeah.
We could have fought the thing and just leveled
No.
up, guys.
no,
like
we could
that's
have
it,
fought
guys.
the
We
friend
just keep
XP.
bringing him back and refighting him. Infinite XP.
True.
That's how it works.
I'm sure it wouldn't have been like majorly above our level at all.
Like my character's just been dying to plot like cool months. Is like I don't think it's been like 5 months and there's like you already see like 8 people die in the campaign. I'm like, alright.
We've only seen Lyric, Slanesh, and your friend. That's only 3 people.
Sean's
Tom.
died twice.
What?
Sean's
I died
died
as well.
twice.
I
No,
died
I
in
said
5
Lyric.
months.
Oh, we forgot about the turtle guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
forgot about that.
And he had
Yeah,
funny,
you don't remember the baby eater.
I don't want to baby eater.
All right, is everybody present?
Yes.
Sadly.
President accounted for, sir.
Daniel, are you present?
Sadly.
Did we keep,
Sadly.
I can't remember. Did we keep any part of Sean, the baby? Sorry, the baby eater.
No, not the baby eater, just baby.
Art?
Right?
What?
No, man. No, we didn't keep any of
No.
his parts.
Soup? Syrup.
Oh
syrup.
no, you didn't keep any of Syrup's body. No. You have me so confused. It's like, what the fuck is he talking?
Baby
Sorry,
eater
the baby
is
eater
a
is from
different campaign. Yes.
I bet you my character got controlled by the Origurimono and it just killed the dwarves.
Seems legit to me, guys.
The syrup's dead. I killed him myself.
Yeah.
All right, so this meeting convenes the next day, and as it comes forth, Lisa kind of gains her composure and starts the meeting off with, okay, I think our first order of business is to discuss what has happened with
With who?
With what?
Moo.
What did I do this time?
Did you say that in game?
Well,
What did I do this time?
no, you clicked my character. Like, what did I do?
Oh, because they didn't know. They were trying to figure out who I was talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Lisa looks to you and she says, I'm sorry, but we no longer have any way to bring your friend's body back, whether we want to or not.
that's disappointing.
I agree. Personally, I thought she deserved proper burial.
Is that all we came here for?
Do you say that in game?
Yeah.
No, there are many more matters to be discussed. However, that one I felt you all need to be present. And she looks back and she says, you know, this matter is no longer in my control. And I'm hoping that you and us do not have bad blood for the events that have transpired. And if we do, I was wondering if there is a way to remedy that.
I'm not sure that there's a way to rectify it. The Varmin Array has proven that they will do whatever they can to fulfill their selfish needs at the moment.
I don't think that needs was selfish.
Yeah, I didn't read it that way at all.
No. Also, that's one Varnaman. You were in discussions with them, and he offed himself.
I would comment on that though, and I'd say
It's even worse because he's the leader of the group.
No,
There
he
is
Like, he's the one
started.
that formed
No,
it.
he started it, but there was a committee.
But
There
that's
is
even
no
worse
one
if he
leader.
started it and he killed himself off. That makes it
I
even
would-
worse.
Well, speaking of that, you're asking if Moo has any ill will towards the group. Does the group have any ill will towards Moo for the aiming the gun at Slanesh, not the gun, sorry, the crossbow at Slanesh yesterday, and then also just the like insubordination of like, I won't. Would like it's my way or the highway? I got to get my way or I'm going to shoot you. Like, and then
Hitsugaya will chime in and say,
indirectly, his actions led to Slanesh's death, although not direct.
well,
but indirect.
they don't know that.
I am innocent.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is, Slanesh's death was Slanesh. Well, there was something that Sean did that caused it. It's not like Sean is at fault, even really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just funny. Anyway, Hitsugaya will chime in and say, nobody at this group is without sin or without hasty action from the death of a friend. Especially with the way Slanesh was handling the situation. He pulled out his crossbow in a moment of anger, and when presented with logic from Larry, put it away. We hold no ill will because of that.
Okay.
Moo also is not a member of the Adventurers Guild.
Yeah, so insubordination.
He owes us nothing. We
I was
owe
a client.
him.
You killed my client. You killed my quest.
We are saddened as to the events that happened, and we are even more saddened that it could lead to a falling out with the Temple of Azuth, if you are truly a person of importance there. But the truth of the matter is, there's nothing more we can do
Question?
other than apologize for the actions and assure you that those actions do not reflect our wishes.
Quick question.
Yes.
What's up?
Did he refer to his friend as a client in
He
character?
did.
Well, no, because it was their client that they had to rescue and bring back.
No, it wasn't. You were a informant who we were hoping to get information from you about the Orgirimono, and we rescued your friend in that process.
Oh, it's even
Okay.
worse then. You killed the informant thing.
Yeah, 'cause all you said was you killed my client. So I'm like, was that a
Like your client, but it's just like, yeah.
Telepathically, I would say to the group.
I just wanted
I'd be
to
like,
make sure, because if
Yeah.
you said, because that means two different
You
things.
killed my client. Everyone's like, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Telepathically, I say to the group, does anybody know, just the party, minus Moo, does anybody know what the Temple of Azuth is? Because I do not.
Agios, you 100% don't even need to roll. The Temple of Azuth is the religious center of the continents you live on. They welcome and spread all forms of religion. The Temple of Azuth is kind of its own mini nation with how large the temple is. In a similar way to the Adventurers Guild is in Edford, but it's really all about the Adventurers Guild. They are
I'm not a
currently
cult, I
allied
promise.
with the Adventurers.
I just look over him and say, it's a temple. A big one.
I'm not a cult.
Oh, you wouldn't tell me what you know? Okay.
I mean, there's not much else to know. It's just a big temple. Like, that's,
Big
like, I don't feel like chatting right now. I'm just listening to them.
Okay.
Donzo will kind of look to you and say, anything else you wish of us?
I'll chime in here. I'll be like, does Slanesh have any other documents or anything that he's left behind?
Why do you ask?
Out of curiosity, and maybe any of them have importance.
Did he write down any of his foretellings or whatever?
No, he would never write down a foretelling for fear it could fall into the hands of someone who used that information.
Okay.
Did he have a will?
He did not have a will. He only had one possession that mattered. He didn't show up with it yesterday. Frankly, that is scary. However,
What's the one possession?
that would be his orb.
Weird.
Can Kargar put 2 and 2 together? Can I roll for that?
When you originally saw the orb, it looked like Slim.
You cut
out
off.
of game have that. Can in game have that position? Daniel, I see your question. It's just something that will be addressed. They say we will.
You cut off.
Max, you're breaking up real bad. I only heard.
Now Kyle's breaking up.
Yeah, and then Kyle started breaking
Everyone's
up right back.
breaking up.
Kyle, if you have that assumption out of game, it's a fair assumption in because you saw the orb when it before it changed colors, and it looked just like Slanesh's orb, and you're familiar with it. Daniel, I see your question, and when you ask it, one of the Varnermen, probably Easegraph, will say, that is the next matter to discuss. We will deal with that topic soon.
I would telepathically say to Agios, just me and him, do you not think we should tell the group, as we've had a history of secrets with them and such, do you not think it's pertinent that they just mentioned that they're worried about where the orb went? And don't you think it'd be pertinent to tell them that you recently got a mysterious orb?
Nah.
No, I feel like they should have faith in what their ally did with what he did with his possession.
But what if Slanesh
he's
had
in hell
gifted
now.
you, and you working with the group, and by you not telling them you're not working with the group that he chose to work with, and therefore you're going against his wishes, that you're saying you want to now honor his wishes?
Well, even if Slanesh, even if I did have Slanesh's orb, let's say theoretically
It's
I
not
did.
my orb. It chose me.
No, it is my orb. Let's say theoretically I have this orb that you're talking about.
Yeah.
What makes you think that I'm any more inclined than Slanesh was to share his premonition?
One, Slanesh totally did tell people what he had, not all the time, but he definitely told people sometimes. Two,
Sometimes.
people at least knew he had the orb. The orb itself.
Well,
was not
his
in and
most
of
trusted
itself.
allies knew.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not everyone.
I'm not saying that I don't trust you, by the way. I'm just
But
saying that.
I don't know.
Agios
that
trusts
you
me
had
100%.
Kargar doesn't know that you had a vision, so I'm not asking about your vision. I'm asking if you should tell them that you even have the orb, because if they're like, A, if they're looking for it, B, if they're worried about it, and also you having it could answer questions about Slanesh's. I don't know. But okay, never mind. If you don't want to tell them, it's up to you.
Yeah, out of game, I just believe that they don't need to know where it is. They should just have faith of where he put it. You know what I mean? And that I don't really feel that he
did
needs to tell them.
nothing wrong.
Okay, yeah, Kargar drops it.
This is a comfy chair.
Bro, sit in the Varderman chair, see what happens.
There's no chair there. There's no chair there.
You guys actually do notice that there is now a chair here. Otherwise, I would have covered it up. They got a new chair to replace Slanesh's because Slanesh's chair was his cane.
What happened to his cane?
It died.
They kept it. I don't know yet. It was on the table when they told everyone
We
to get
didn't
out.
expect him to die this session.
We can't loot his body. Come on.
I would.
So anyway,
Why are you even here?
back to the matter at hand.
You're not part
one
of the
Varnermen,
guild.
I forget which one. Donzo asked you, do you have any further business with us?
We need to know what our next steps need to be.
No, he asked.
This is specifically with Moo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm not even sure.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna play some music.
he will say, the topics we have to come are sensitive, and we would rather not an outsider hear them. So if you have any more business, please present it. But otherwise, we would ask that you leave while we deal with matters of state.
I'm just playing my music. Like, oh, don't mind me. I'm just in the corner.
They all kind of look at each other, and Lisa looks at you and says, "We need you to leave, unless you have something else to discuss."
No, I'm pretty good. I'll leave room.
Sean, they're gonna kick you out, man.
No, I left the room already.
All right, sure. And
No,
Oh damn it!
go
It's not
on.
letting me. It's not letting me whisper, people. It won't let me whisper, God.
All right. So anyway, now that Sean has opened the door, walked out, and left, and been escorted away by the man outside the door. Okay. So now that has happened, they have more. So Easegraph will look to you, Daniel, and say, "I believe it was you who mentioned that we are now down a Varnerman. A very uncommon occurrence, but one that must be dealt with."
Was gonna happen one way or another.
His left or his right just get promoted, right?
No, I chose
One
Yeah,
sec.
yeah. His right, yeah.
Anywho, Elise will say that is the simplest, not the one we go by. When a Varnerman passes away, we do not choose a new Varnerman simply off of their right or left hand. A right or left hand is chosen by an individual Varnerman. When we choose a new one, it must be someone that we all agree is the best suited Varnerman. It will be the right or left hand of one of the 11. It is not guaranteed to be his right or left.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna say choosing a new Varnaman is very important, but I don't feel like we've been around enough to really supply help in that honor. But we do need to figure out our next moves because it looks like there could be possibly other people that were implanted as this one girl was.
At the moment, we have no leads for the Uri, and nothing we can really do to further that cause. However, being short of Varnerman poses many problems. For us, for the public's faith in us, for everything. It must be something it's something that needs to be fixed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that, Gorm will look at you and say that's true. It is not that we are suggesting any of you come. However, we now have an even number. We are hoping that you collectively as a group, while we make this decision, could temporarily sit and act as one vote in, as if you were our. Help us make the right decision. You people spent the most time with Slanesh recently. You know his faults, you know his strengths. Your wisdom would be appreciated on this matter in choosing his replacement.
I think that we can try our best. At least I'm up for the challenge. I think we'll try to be as fair as possible, if that is your wish.
Donzo will also say one final matter. Once one of our subordinates is promoted, we will need to replace them with a new left or right hand, respectively. It is possible that could be one of you Senshi warriors. if any of you had interest in it, and the Varnerman who needs it.
Kyle, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I
No
can't hear a
problem.
word you're saying, Kyle. You were very quiet for some reason.
We can see your eyeballs.
He has left.
Okay, goodbye, Kyle.
Yeah, he's gonna restart it probably.
Can you hear me
No. Oh wait, yeah.
Yes.
now? Okay. Kyle just has a mind blank. Slanesh was head of blank.
Outcasts.
Is you remember how like Nito wanted to be a different department head, but then they put him where he was and he claimed to be that department head and that whole thing? Do the Varnerman, if a Varnerman dies or whatever, does a different Varnerman ever take that place and then each replace that other Varnerman then? Like somebody else is like, oh, I want to be the head of the Outcast now, and they could, you know what I mean? Or
That
The
is
truth
the
of the
environment, right?
the truth of the matter is, Nito, and I'll get to you in 1 second, Daniel. Nito is the only Varnerman who has ever had been recorded having a problem with his position. It is not something we commonly face, and Nito is kind of pouting. Being a Varnerman alone is a distinct honor, and being the head of any of them is well suited to anyone's interest. You also do have the right to turn down the spot. There has been one person in our history to turn down the role of Varner.
who was that?
Hitsugaya will say that was my right hand.
Which was
1 second. Right?
James Baxter.
it looks like his name is Naruto Uzumaki. That's
He looks up and he says, Matsuya, my right hand, was the right hand of the Varnerman, and I was his left hand. My seat was originally offered to her. She turned it down, and then it got offered to me. And now she is my right hand instead of me being her left hand, essentially.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
It's always better to have someone above you in case shit goes down. You can blame them.
I don't think that was.
Matsuya simply doesn't like handling decisions.
Mm-hmm.
She just likes to do her own thing, so to speak. She does not want a stressful role of importance. She just wants to help people.
I can hear that. I need to go grab a sweater.
So,
and then he'll type you something. Yeah.
yes, I was about to say. When you say that, Daniel, Hargans, excuse me. Hargans will turn to you and say, we are not guaranteeing either right or left spot. We are just saying that it is the right or left spot is chosen after the Varner. These are separate matters. Don't let them cloud your judgment. There is no guarantee amongst any of you that whichever Varnerman you choose to lose a right hand or that they will have you place them. We are trusting you all to be non-biased when making these decisions. After all, that is the brand of your... Ow, fuck, I scratched my leg. Like the doofus.
I don't think that might not necessarily be true. I mean, there's a chance.
Okay. So anywho, they begin to discuss. 1 second. What we are going to do now is discuss each of the individual left and right hands of all of, and start to weasel out. We'll work as a subtractive method. We will take out people who we don't think are good fits, and slowly but surely we'll come to a comprehensive list that we can discuss and potentially vote on. Does everyone understand?
Yes. Can someone please take
Yeah.
notes? Because I won't remember shit.
I'm good.
I definitely want to take into account the fact that it's going to be the outcast department and make sure that it's someone who's also an outcast who gets put in charge of the outcast.
So anywho, is someone taking notes? Is that a thing?
No, I don't think we need it for this. We're using subtracted method.
There's going to be like 18 people or whatever. There's going to be 22 people. We definitely need notes.
Nah, we'll just say like nah when they come up to whittle the list down.
I'll take notes. There's going to be 22 people, and there's going to be a process of elimination. I'll take notes.
And also, just because you guys are here as advisors, just because you someone doesn't necessarily mean they won't be chosen. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
All right, Kargar, you ready?
Yep.
Which Varnerman would you like to start with?
Let's just start with Slanesh, because he's the one who's not here, and let's start with his left and right.
All right, we're going to do Slanesh, and then we are going to go clockwise around discussing all of them. Okay?
Cool.
So, Slanesh's Varnerman. Just 1 second. This is a long list.
Uh-huh.
So, Slanesh's right hand is named Geraldo.
Rivera.
Geraldo is a turtle fighter who is very much about getting his job done. He's not end justifies the means, like he just cross any line to do what he needs to do, but he's very heavy on the run up and get shit done. He's a quick actor, you know what I mean? He doesn't like to sit on important matters. He also has no problem getting his hands dirty.
I don't think he's fit.
Then there is Kleina. Kleina is a sea elf who was an outcast from birth. She is a sorceress. She's the left hand of Slanesh, by the way. She is a sorceress, and she is very heavy about storm magic. Kleina tends to see things in black and white. She doesn't like it. She doesn't like playing judge, jury, and executioner. But she's very set in her ways and can often be stubborn and hard to convince. Okay. Moving on, we have Hitsugaya. 1 sec.
That's just me. If you get a message, it's probably just me.
Oh, yep, okay. So, Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya's right hand is Matsuya. Matsuya would be a really good choice of Varner. She is very relaxed, very decisive, very kind, very caring. The trouble is, you would need to convince her to be a Varnerman. She does not currently want to be one. She is also a changeling. Changeling bard.
Oh, so it's Sean.
No, did you hear her personality completely different?
It could be me. You'll never know. You'll never know.
And then Hitsugaya's left hand, his name is Gleer, Gleer. He is a Leonin barbarian that is very promising, and he's kind of up there in age. He shows a lot of wisdom. He has a lot of valid character traits that would make him a good Varnerman. He's a very patient man. However, he's very green around the edges. He only just got promoted to left hand when Hitsugaya, the newest Varnerman, got promoted to Varnerman, and he took over Hitsugaya's spot. So he, well, being very there personality-wise, he is not the strongest of his kind.
Hmm.
Okay, moving on to good old Big Daddy.
Daddy Gorm.
So Gorm's right hand is named Lucifer. That doesn't bode well for him, does it?
With a name like that, he's got my vote.
That's ironic. For the Holy Knights, and his name is Lucifer.
I mean,
He is
Lucifer was
paladin.
an angel. Lucifer was an angel.
But he is a fallen angel.
Yes. So, one sec. This name was misspelled on the quick. Lucifer is a tiefling paladin. Lucifer is not a fighter. Lucifer is kind of bad at physical conflicts. However, he is the master negotiator. Gorm has him as his right hand, specifically because Lucifer is a supreme master diplomat. And Gorm uses that to his advantage because Gorm is the most active person trying to spread the Adventurers Guild's message and community. He can be very cunning, but he is an honest person and a devout paladin. Then there is Foe. Foe is the left hand of Gorm. He is an Aarakocra barbarian that is kind of the perfect opposite to Lucifer. Gorm chose his left and right hand wisely in the sense that they are perfect opposites so that he has whatever he needs for any situation. Foe does not talk, like, pretty much at all. He's very neato. He doesn't make his opinions heard as often as he probably should. However, he gets shit done. He is an above adequate fighter that does whatever it takes to get what's needed to be done, and is very much about getting tasks done. He doesn't like to sit on things. Like that other, like, what was it? Geraldo. Okay. So after Gorm, we're going to move on to Elise. Elise's right hand is Harima. Now, the biggest weakness to Elise's right hand is they are blood hunters, as Elise is the blood hunter person. Now, that's only a weakness if you don't want to promote another blood hunter to a Varnerman. Blood hunters are generally outcasts, so it's not the worst idea. But, hey, it's there. Her right hand is Harima. Harima is a Loxodon. Harima is extremely... If we got any Naruto fans out there, Harima is Shikamaru. Harima is constantly prepared for any sort of battle. She is not incredibly strong, but she has been known to outthink and outmaneuver every opponent she has come up against to work her way to her current ranking. Her wisdom and intelligence knows no bounds to get what she needs to do done. And then we have Jasmine, the left hand. Jasmine is a human blood hunter that is very anti-undead. Jasmine is all about, hey, let's go kill fucking skeletons. She believes that undead are a plague amongst humanity and wants them all eradicated. Now, that does not apply to people brought back from the dead. It is very specifically the undead. Moving on to Lisa. You've actually already met Lisa's right hand.
Yeah, because
Strizo, the Aarakocra. So Strizo is very passionate. He is very morally well-toned. He's very patient. However, his biggest problem is he's gullible. He is easy to convince and sway, and not as decisive as he probably should be. Then there is Bellaril. Bellaril is a Warforged, and he is the left hand of Lisa. Bellaril was found as a Warforged and is kind of searching purpose in life. He has since found that purpose in the Adventurers Guild, and basically his entire character is improve and better and further extend the Adventurers Guild. So he's the kind of Varnerman who, if there's a problem within the guild, would probably be more likely to do something about it because he wants the guild to be the best it can be. That will bring us to Donzo. Donzo's right hand is named Killua. He is one of Donzo's 7 generals. However, upon being promoted, any of Donzo's people would give up their title of general, and they would lose their main weapon. They are still incredibly talented. It's just the generals are specifically for under Donzo's command. Donzo and his right and left hand are all very militant. They are all very get a job done by force whenever necessary. It's kind of the same. The left hand's name, just for the record, is Ragna, and they're very much, and he's also a general, very much all the same person with their very militant personality and style. Mjolkarth, his right hand and his left hand are also both artificers, and he's the first to say he doesn't really want to promote either of them to Varnerman, because unless it is to replace him. He believes that the science division is too important to remain the science division, and the work the right and left hand do is incredibly important and shouldn't be brought to something else, if that makes sense. However, just for the record, his right hand's name is Orochi. His left hand's name is Johnson.
I was really hoping you said it was Maru.
I'm not that cheesy. Johnson Maru. No, anyway. Up next we've got Galeria. Galeria's right and left hand as she runs the stealth unit. 1 second, please. I'll pull them up. Galeria's right hand is named Kensen. Kensen. Kensen is a very outspoken rogue, believes in underhand taxes and kind of pseudo-shady to make the best possible outcome possible. He is not about just straight up murder, but he's the kind of person who would side with a criminal for the betterment of humanity. To perfectly counter that, her left hand, who is named... 1 second, I'm pulling him up. Her left hand is named Wardry, W-A-R-D-R-Y, Wardry. Wardry is the exact opposite. Wardry is like a rogue paladin, almost, where it's very much take the most the most morally upright path at every step possible, and you will get the best outcome. She did this intentionally, just like Storm, to kind of get the two perspectives to get a good balance for her mission. Where are we at now? Nito. Nito's right hand is named Fendelair. Fendelair is a cleric who is very much about... how do I put this? Fendelair is the kind of person who is very in it. He's selfish. That's the best. He's in it all for... and he's kind of been climbing the Adventurers Guild as a means to an end to just improve himself. Now, he does care about the betterment of the guild, because the betterment of the guild is also the betterment of him. But it's he's very likely impossible to prioritize his needs over others. The left hand's name is Poro. Poro is a rogue, and Poro doesn't. There's not a lot to say about Poro. It's a very traditional style person. Um, very run of the mill, straight and narrow kind of guy. Doesn't really lean too heavily in any one direction. They're like the humans of the left and right hands. Okay. Hargens. Hargens' right hand is named Jerome. Jerome is a druid. Hargens is also very simple. Hargens' right and left hand are all about preserving nature. The right hand is Jerome the druid. The left hand is Handy the warlock. And just like Hargens, it's all about revering Mother Earth and making sure that she is healthy. And last is Easegraph, right? We did everyone other than Easegraph, I believe. So you've already met his right hand, Lizella. Lizella, Eric. Lizella has a very unique backstory that Easegraph doesn't want to dive too deeply into. But he says she has suffered through a great amount of pain and personal loss, and her ultimate goal in life is to unite every race under one roof without any hatred or prejudices.
Mm-hmm.
And then where am I here? Oh, the left hand is Warku. Warku is a warlock, and he also kind of joined the Adventurers Guild. He's trying to find the genie that is his patron, so that he can discover why he was chosen to have these powers. All right, that's all of them. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Everyone, take a look over.
Okay.
My choice doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're not there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
Yeah.
there's only maybe 2 or 3 people that I like specifically for the job.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go watch YouTube videos while we're done.
I like Mr. Lion.
And I say, obviously, I like the one that doesn't want to be Varnaman because obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't want the power, it's good to give you the power because that means you probably won't overuse it. Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd have to try to convince that person, but doesn't seem like that would help.
I say as much as I said that we shouldn't pick Gorm's or Lisa's, Gorm's right hand might be good. Especially with everything that's been going on, a diplomat might be really good.
Yeah. I also think that the
But
changeling.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, the
I like the
Glear.
idea of having Lucifer's power.
Glear looks pretty good. The Leonin. But I really like the last girl, Izella. I think that wanting to
Zella would be good.
unite everyone, especially if this is like, the lost group, it would be good because she's accepting of everybody.
I was thinking that too. That's actually
Alrighty.
why I wasn't. That's actually why I wasn't pro Glear, because being a sorry, not Glear. Who's Gorm? We were talking about Lucifer. Being a paladin, and like I feel like I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like being a paladin and being part of like a holy organization doesn't bring outcast to me. But I do like Lizella and but yeah, Glear I think is too brand new. Like he was just made a left or right hand. So I just
But he has room to grow. That was before, like, there's very little that I would think is good. What Daniel, you said you
Well,
like the Leonin?
We are gonna start with the subtractive.
Oh, okay.
Make everything easier.
Oh,
So
okay,
the
that makes
Vardaman will
sense.
turn to you all and say, "We want each of you one person that you don't think would be well suited to be Vardaman, and we will discuss that one person individually, one at a time." And they, Gorm turns to you first, Remy, and says, "Who do you wish to strike from the list?"
You put me on the spot. Killua.
Killua.
No.
Yep. So Gorm looks up at the whole group and says, "Are there any objections?"
I gotta find Kahlua again. Oh, he was the militant. Okay.
He's one of the militant generals.
Yeah, I actually like the sound of Killua.
Of a militant general?
Yeah.
I think that's all we knew about him. We didn't know anything else other than militant general.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
You
I
have
just
to think.
remember I liked it at the time.
This is gonna be a leader of the outcasts.
Yeah.
Do you want to object to Killua, Agios?
No, I think we can find better. I just liked it at the time.
Okay. Killua is struck. Agios, who? With Killua, they also strike Ragna. Left hand instead of the right, if they're the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What two that I'm deciding between? I'm gonna get out Kleiner.
Where's that?
Lineup, huh?
Yeah.
Hey Kyle,
Yes.
since you posted it, can you delete the person? Once
I
they're taken
will
out?
I will send you a list of everyone remaining after deleted.
Where
I
is?
see
kinda
all
wanna keep-
outcast sorceress that sees everything very black and white.
Oh yeah.
Wait, which one?
Are there any
Please?
objections to that?
I can't find her in my own notes. Where is?
Slanesh's left hand.
Oh, so I mean, the black and white part was bad, but the outcast part was good, and she already worked for Slanesh.
I think.
Do you say, is that something you're saying in game?
Yeah. I'm not
Object?
officially vetoing it. I'm just saying that the outcast part is promising, and the fact that she worked for Slanesh is also promising.
I think that you need someone a bit more flexible, if I'm to be honest.
Okay, that's fair.
I have no idea. I'm just out the room for 40 minutes.
Sometimes it be like that.
Yep. Just because Andy decided to kill the character off.
Well,
I mean, the truth of the matter is, if Slanesh had died anyway, as long as you weren't a member of the guild, this was the way it was going to be. That's kind of why I tried to give you so much time to be like, hey, do you have any other business first?
Yeah, there was no business I could do because we didn't go for any backstory or anything, so there was nothing I could really say.
I thought maybe you were gonna try to get yourself into the guild somehow. Like, hey, is there any way I can join? Or I thought you were gonna try to stay some way.
I don't know. For my, at the moment, out of character and in character, the guild is really scummy.
Okay. If that's the way you feel.
And that's just one day of character. Damn, I don't trust the guild whatsoever.
Do you think it's gonna stop work? Party?
I don't think so. It's just I just don't trust the guild now because if you kill someone day one, it just kills the whole vibe for the character now. Because all right, yeah, because the one person's the main thing for the thing that you told me for day one, and cool, that same day the person gets killed, cool. Yeah, that's just really just what do I do now?
You come up with something new.
You get revenge against the Origurimono because they kidnapped and tortured and mind controlled your friend. You want that?
That's actually actually probably the way I would be, even if you don't like the origami.
Yeah.
Now is the way to go about it.
Yeah, like when you were in that room and like you have any other business, you could have said yes. The origami. You may have killed my Celeste Nash may have killed my friend, but who really got my friend or who led us down this road was the origami.
It's really bad because I sent the message to the temple already.
Well, that's easy enough to just not have.
Nah, I'm still gonna do that. I'm gonna
Okay.
still like go for the origami, but I'm still gonna send that message to the temple.
Okay. Maybe you need time to have guild prove themselves before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
So are we getting rid of Klena? That's fine.
Kleina? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Let me find her and get rid of her. Okay. Daniel, who would you like to remove?
I'm looking for their name because all I remember is that he did it for himself.
Fendelier.
Yeah, Fendelair.
That was
Nito's
gonna be
right
my
hand.
vote.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my vote.
Nobody,
Fuck
nobody
that guy.
disagrees with that.
Oh.
One sec, guys. Okay. I'm also simultaneous. Okay, sorry, Kargar, who's your vote?
Kenson.
Kenson. I just saw him. Outspoken, shady, underhand. Necessary. Any objections?
Nope.
Boop. Okay, did everyone get one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, let me just clean up this list a little. There we go. Alright, I will send you guys the after. So.
You can also take out mule carts people, obviously. Okay, cool.
I think I already did.
Okay, cool.
Okay, now each Varnerman is going to do the.
They're gonna do the what?
But they're going to do the same thing that you guys just did, where they'll each say, "I don't think it should," and you guys can discuss further.
Okay.
So let's see. One sec. We're going to start with Donzo. Donzo is going to say, "I don't should be either of Hargan's right or left because they are very much in line with Hargan's mindset and belong in his group. For the same reason that my right and left were not considered and mule carts were not considered."
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Does anyone object
Makes
to that?
sense.
That's fair.
Okay. None of the other Varnermen disagree either, so we take out Hargan's right and left. Next up, we've got Mulekarth. Mulekarth in his nice little voice. "I don't think we should let Easgraf's left Warku be a Varnerman because his goals are personal and do not align with the goals of the adventure."
You said Eastgraph's left?
Yep, Warku.
I say I agree. That would also have been my choice.
I don't have anything specifically against him. I would have kicked out other people first, but yeah.
I wouldn't pick him specifically.
Galeria or Galoria?
Galeria, you said usually.
Yeah, I misspelled it. I think it was supposed to be Galeria.
Galeria, yeah. Anyway, sorry, now I have to go back to my notes. Galeria. Galeria suggests getting rid of Elise's left hand as her goals are too narrow-minded. She wouldn't care about any issues not relating to what she wishes.
Who's that?
Elise's left hand, Jasmine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Any objections?
Who? Where is she?
Elise's left hand. She's the fourth one row down.
Okay,
Jasmine,
yeah.
the human blood hunter.
Anti-dead.
In universe,
Um,
are
you
there
need-
like good werewolves and good vampires and stuff? Like, are there actually good undead?
in universe, there's good everything in theory.
Okay, so
Well,
Werewolves are also not undead, but anyway, not
are they not
wanna-
technically? Oh, okay.
I
No,
want to hunt
werewolves are
vampire
like
GF.
Nito will quietly say, I don't think we should let Strizo, Lisa's right hand, be a Varnaman. He is too green and gullible to have such power in his current state.
Agreed. That was
Yeah,
gonna
I've
be my
seen
vote.
what he's capable of.
I
and
would
don't think he-
say that I feel like.
Well, actually, no, I haven't.
Oh yeah, no. I was thinking of
Is
someone
it at all
else.
possible that he's playing gullible so people underestimate him, or do we actually think he is 100% gullible?
We believe
Well,
him to be gullible.
We've
Okay.
seen him get. I haven't, but you guys have seen him get captured. Literally, I think he's just not capable enough. You know.
Cool.
All right,
Yeah, I
strike
agree.
and Strizo. Okay. Now then. Hargens. I keep
She's called Hagrid.
Hargens.
Yes.
Hargens wants to get rid of Lisa's left because his goals are, well, he wants to better the guild. His lack of immediate purpose in his life means he will be too one-sided to only consider the guild's needs and not the needs of humanity overall, which is at the end of the day what the guild is all about.
Right.
He is better suited in a position of power that is not a position of the highest power.
That makes sense.
Any objections?
No.
Okay. Let's see. Then we've got Easgraf. Easgraf wants to get rid of Gorm's left hand, foe. Or, excuse me, foe. I mispronounced that. Wants to get rid of Gorm's left hand, foe. There is already enough forceful power in what we do, he says, that we don't need another Varnman to push it down our throats. It's also not what we want heading our outcast department.
Yeah, I concur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya says, I want to rule out Mom. I personally deal with her consistently, and I know she does not want the job. And I personally don't wish to force it on her.
Roll out who? You broke up.
Matsuya,
Yeah.
his right hand.
Oh,
He says he knows that she doesn't want the job already. He's spoken to her about it before, and she is a friend, and he doesn't want her to force it on her. And he thinks that a Varnerman in the position that doesn't want to be Varnerman is a dangerous thing.
I would say I'm very sad that she doesn't want to because she seems like they seem like a good candidate. But if you know
she does
for
seem
a fact,
like a good candidate, yes,
I
but
love-
there are plenty of other good candidates as well.
yeah, I would add that I'm also sad because sometimes someone who doesn't want power is the best person to give power because they might not overuse it or, but yeah.
All right, I'm going to strike her.
you shouldn't hit her. Just kidding.
This will come to Gorm. Gorm wants to get rid of Hitsugaya's left hand. He thinks that experience is incredibly important when being a Varnerman. And seeing as how he has had under 3 years experience being a left hand alone, he may do a fine job, but there are better candidates than him.
Agreed.
I would say there's always room for improvement. I would hate to strike him off quite yet, but
I feel
I
as
did-
though if he is to be Varnerman at a later date,
Mm.
Yes.
he is, even if he is not a bad choice, he is not the best choice available to us, and we must make the best choice for our guild.
Mhm.
Do you have any more objections, Remy, or is that put to bed and satisfied?
No, I guess that's satisfied.
Okay. Elise is going to say she
Um,
right hand Geraldo either.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm
Geraldo?
sorry. Elise does not want Geraldo. For the same reason we've eliminated a lot of other people, is and would be a decent head of the outcasts for that reason. There are many other equally good options for outcasts, and he is very forceful, very do what needs to be done to get a job done. And we don't need more of that in the roles of power than we already have.
Okay.
Any objections?
Nah.
No.
Upon them saying that, though, I would just add: does that mean that we ideally are looking to replace a spellcaster with a spellcaster? So because
No, we
I
couldn't
think
care
it's
less
temperament.
someone's class profession. It's their ability to make decisions as a council member of the Varnerman.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to get rid of Geraldo.
Have you ever
I-
chosen someone to replace a Varnerman that was not a left and right hand?
We have not.
Hmm.
Why do you ask?
I'm just thinking if you can't find someone who you think would ideally fit the position
well-
to its best quality, as far as like temperament and everything else, could you go a step down to find the niche that you really need, I guess?
In theory, we could. However, personally, I do not think that there is a single right or left hand that would be bad at the job. And this is Elise saying this.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I simply think there are ones that are better than others. The left and right hand are chosen by the Varnermen themselves, and the Varnermen are elected ahead of time as well.
Mm.
It is all a well-oiled machine that seems to work well. If we truly could not find a fit, it is possible we would branch out. However, we don't see it as necessary.
Okay.
And then
Would I-
Daniel, I see you chime in with that. Um, they kind of go silent for a second, look, and they say, we had not planned to do something along those lines. The truth of the matter is, the Varnermen run a sect kind of as a formality's sake, but their main priority and job is to be a seat on this council, to have a proper and fair ruling class. Although we
Okay.
would not be opposed to asking the left and right hand of Slanesh if they are satisfied with our choice, and potentially having that help us with our decision, it would not be the final factor in our decision. What were you saying, Agios?
Oh, I was just gonna add to what Remy was saying and just say that I think a role of such importance is mainly chosen from the right and left hands because one, they're trusted members of the guild already, and two, because they're in a position as the right or left hand, that means they've already got a lot of experience.
Mm-hmm. I guess I was
Agreed.
coming
So
at it from
pick a
just
other
the
person.
trying to find the right temperament and like, I guess.
Yeah, but I think
But I would
it's
think 1 in 22
important
is.
based on their trust.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just a question, something I was interested in.
Yeah.
Yes. Ote?
Galeria will look at you and say, this seems presumptuous, as if you're vying for a spot in council.
What was the last part?
This seems presumptuous, as if you were vying for a spot on council.
Whoa, Daniel! Jesus!
Who's the Vonoman of our council? Because we're our
That's
own
a
little
good
sect
point. Who's the left and right hand here? Who's the
Was that directed at me or was that directed at Daniel?
That was directed at Daniel.
Okay. I was like, me? What did I do?
We are the unofficial 12th group. We demand taxation
Representation?
with representation, so we demand a 12th Varnerman.
And we elect Moot. Just kidding.
We elect Barkgar. Barkgar is the 12th Varnerman.
While I
Nope.
go an hour without doing anything, I guess.
Yeah, you say you like stop playing the game for now. Come back in your Vonoman.
I think it's been like over how many sessions so far? I think it's been like 4 sessions so far. I did nothing.
What do you mean? You roleplayed at the beginning of
I
this
died.
session
I
and
didn't come
did
for
stuff
2
last time.
sessions. Then I died 1 session. Then died the next 2 sessions after that.
Well, that
I've
goes.
been like in 4 sessions my
It
entire
seems like
time
a lot
with
of
no
their choices
gameplay.
you're making, though.
Yeah, a lot of that's because of what you do.
And it's just like,
Hmm.
And now I'm just like, alright.
Sean, we got nothing against you, Sean. We all love.
I know,
playing
it's
with
just
you.
like, I want to do something. It's just like, oh,
Well,
there we go.
these
I'll
are.
need to,
This is important world building.
I'll need to
If
make
you-
sure that the next session is very Sean.
Yeah. I'm
Make
like,
No,
sure
if,
he
it's
gets
if you
plenty
don't
to
want
do.
world building and RP, go play an
It's just
MMO,
like,
dude.
it's either like something happens, I die, like, cool, I'm out for the entire session till next week, or it's just like, alright, and then it's like, I'm out again for the next week.
Well, have your character
Um,
stop being evil and shit, man.
They were in
Andy,
evil.
Andy,
I didn't even
you're
say
not
bad.
allowed-
I didn't
Andy,
say
you're not allowed to
anything
be
bad.
here. Slanesh is dead.
Okay, let's keep
Um,
going.
Yeah.
So when you say
Did-
that,
did
Daniel,
Slanesh die?
Donzo
Yeah.
will look at you and say, "Do you truly believe that any of the members of your are a better fit than the ones we have remaining on this list? Than all of them?
I'm
If
the
you
best.
do, speak so now."
How did you manage?
I killed him myself with my own 2 hands.
I did something.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Andy
Untitled-
just came.
How I killed Slanesh.
Oh yeah, dude. Slanesh is Dunzo and Agios murdered.
Yeah, they didn't want to
That's
give me
fine.
the dead body, so they killed his character off.
Well, he killed himself.
Wow,
you ruined
me
it,
and
Kyle.
Agios were totally trying to play Andy, and it's just
You ruined it,
apparently
Kyle.
not happening.
It didn't
That-
work.
Well, no,
That's
Sean,
fine.
Sean ruined it, and I'm like, I guess I'll just admit the truth.
I didn't say anything.
Just add a little note.
That's fine. That's
It doesn't
probably
matter.
what
The
I
point
would've
is,
done anyway.
The point, Andy, is Moo was insisting on body for.
Oh,
Oh, you're
I was
cutting
not
in and
going to
out.
Give the body. The body was not going to be.
Oh,
given
I
back.
already have something that's worse than the body right now.
Cool. That's
Wait.
fine.
But anywho,
Yeah. I feel-
Daniel is suggesting Remington be a Varnerman.
What?
Can I elect myself?
I
No.
disagree on that choice
Yeah.
for different reasons.
I mean, you're
I
not
agree.
here. Remington would be
I-
like, I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I do have a lot of background in battle and such things, but I have my own goals in mind, and I don't think I'm ready yet for such a thing. Perhaps in the future, but I do appreciate your vote of confidence.
All right, so
I'd make a great fit.
do you say that, Agios?
Yeah, I do. My best friend are after all. I think I'd be a great leader for the outcasts.
Oh my God, that's right. I gave you the wrong left hand. The other left hand died, and it got replaced by John.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, John. Wait, which
I
one
gave
did
you
John
the I
replace?
gave you the old left hand, not the new one.
Which one did John replace?
John replaced Poro, who is still in the running, so I'm gonna replace John.
I'm gonna look at Daniel and I was like, thank you so much for.
Well, problem solved. It's John. John wins. John is the new Varnerman. mean, right? That's the only decision, right?
We can't just use insider information like that. I really
You can't just do that, Kyle.
Yeah.
That's
I
not
know
how
I was
this works.
joking. Yeah, I know I was joking.
Remington is kind of speechless, and she's like, "Thank you so much. I didn't even realize that you saw those things in me. I appreciate you saying that, and I will work harder to be ready for that in the future if that is what people deem me capable of."
I don't think you're capable.
So how did Slanesh do it? Did he just send himself to another dimension?
No,
He sat in a
yeah.
chair and killed himself.
Oh shit!
He sat in a chair that wasn't his chair. And he killed himself with a hellfire weapon, which guarantees he cannot be brought back to life.
Very nice.
The Varnermen were all kind of silent, waiting for Remy to speak up on the matter. And hearing her turn it down, they, and then Agios say, "I think I would be." They look to Agios and they say, "We don't think you would be a better fit than any of the other candidates we have presented." Lisa will turn to you, Dalton, and say, "We think it was very noble of you to promote your teammate so selflessly in the matter. But if she does not wish to, it is not even discussing, for the same reason it is not for Matsuya."
Well, I wouldn't turn it down, but
I'm pretty sure you just told me that you would turn it down.
Okay, so who's
turn it down and then say if they wanted me, I'd take it, like immediately.
I
after.
missed that if she did.
Oh yeah, I did kind of say that.
Also,
Oh, then they don't. Then they say different. Hold on, now I'm processing this new information because I did not hear that even remotely.
Oh.
It was
Yeah.
after Daniel typed the second part.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Max, I'm gonna
So
send you a
they
DM.
would go right ahead. So they would say to you, yeah, it's still the same reaction. If it is not your goal or desire, we don't wish it upon you for the same reason we did for Matsuya.
I'm gonna say that seems fair. I do have goals of helping people, and I know that this is an excellent way to do that. But I do also have further future goals in mind, so we shall see.
I have grander goals than
My
being a
goals are
Varnerman.
beyond your comprehension.
They are!
Hmm?
You couldn't handle me as a Varnerman. I'd just be too good at it.
I did my job. I think I did a good enough job.
You killed my person in one session. It's just like,
Well, to be fair, I had a reason.
I wouldn't be doing anything I'm doing right now, and that character would still be dead. Would still be alive if you didn't do it. Well, both
Not
of them
as
would still
the
be
person
alive.
you want. Not as the person you want, Sean. I have
No, I mean,
information
Slanesh
you
would
don't.
still be alive right now.
That's fine.
But
I don't.
oh well.
I don't care that he's dead. I did what I thought was right. I killed her while she was still hurt.
Yeah, that's makes it worse.
Okay, so back to voting. Who was next to?
Lisa was the only one left.
What?
Lisa was the only one left to eliminate someone. I'll be back in 1 second. Hold on.
Alright, well, I know who I want to pick.
Okay, well,
And I have known from the start.
Well, Lisa's gonna say she thinks they should.
should who?
Can't hear you.
Lisa says that she thinks they should get rid of John. For the same reason they got rid of the Leonin, I care. He is too green. He literally just became a left hand.
That
Yeah,
makes sense.
I agree.
I don't even know what John's about, but
John
Yeah,
is.
you don't know John.
Yeah, John is fucking his friend.
what? I know who John is. I didn't know his characteristics like you said for everybody else.
So that leaves us with 4 people left to decide upon.
Okay.
All right, let's see
Sending
it.
that message now.
It's so obvious. It's so obvious who we have to pick. Well, we don't have to, but I know who I want to.
I wonder.
So I think it's between two people, right? It's
We're
between
picking
two people.
Lucifer, right?
Yeah, it's between me and Lucifer, right?
Oh
No.
I do not want Lucifer myself.
I definitely want Lucifer.
I definitely want Lucifer.
Lucifer
he's
makes a lot of
I have
sense
no
as a
choice in
tiefling
this, so
being
it's either
in-
like between you four.
The paladin is as the leader of the outcasts. I'm not crazy about that. I was thinking either
He's a tiefling though. He's a tiefling paladin.
that doesn't mean anything. There are devil gods.
Tieflings
There
are
are-
tieflings are outcasts from from birth.
I don't know if that is that. I don't know if that's true in this universe. Are tieflings outcast?
Well, tieflings are
I wouldn't
tieflings.
necessarily say tieflings are outcast. From, what I will say is they're race commonly racist, like more commonly the subject of prejudices, and tieflings are high on that list.
Okay.
So it's not like a guarantee just because you are a fan of racism.
Yeah.
I mean, just like it's not a guarantee anyone in the world will suffer from prejudices. But you're way, a billion times more likely to as a tiefling than as a human.
I was looking more at Herma because of the strategy and this, planning and all that. But also I liked Lizella because of the no prejudice and wants to unite people.
Yeah, I was leaning more towards Lizella myself.
Well, I think the thing that we can take away from this is I can get rid of, correct?
Get rid of who?
Wardry, the morally upright rogue paladin.
Yeah.
I think Wardry.
Also, I'd say we shouldn't have another blood hunter on the thing because there's literally a division for blood hunters.
You could also argue that there shouldn't be another paladin because there's a whole holy division under Gorm.
Holy and paladin are not the same.
But blood hunter is a class. They even said.
Well, just throwing this out there, Lizella, for some reason, Kyle didn't write it. Lizella's a cleric. Lizella is also a devout, quote-unquote, holy warrior.
Yes.
So no matter what, you're either adding a blood hunter or a quote-unquote holy knight.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with adding holy too, or adding blood hunter. I was saying that if you're gonna cross out blood hunter, you should also cross out holy. Is what I was arguing.
Here's the thing.
Fair.
You could be a paladin and not be a holy, like, oh god and all that type of stuff.
I don't think so. As far as I know, paladins.
No, if you're a paladin, you need to be devout.
Yes.
Breaker.
At least
You
in
need
the
to have
5e.
a
Well, yeah,
god.
but neither of them are an oathbreakers.
You need to have a god, but that doesn't mean you'll be racist against fucking, I don't know, someone that isn't undead.
Lizella isn't racist either, so that's not. Okay.
Exactly.
So we can. Yeah, you're right. We can take out Wardry. Take out Wardry. So then, I just think that the paladin. Yeah, I would think the paladin and the cleric are both not really outcasts, but at least Lizella has the whole she wants to unite. She's not prejudiced.
I think
then
that it's...
If you say that, Easegraph, because everyone's talking at the moment, will say Lizella has been an outcast.
No, yeah, exactly. That's what I meant. Is that she has the outcasting going for her, whereas I don't think that Lucifer has it as much. He has the tiefling part, but the paladin holy order part is what I was.
I think Lizella is good because
Could I
she's
speak on that?
suffered loss, and I think that it's important.
Yeah, can I speak on the behalf of Lucifer?
No, because he's not present.
I mean, you could give us your
Just a
what you
discussion.
think.
I guess out of game you could give an opinion, but
Yeah.
you have
I'm
no
not
way
even
of
giving mine
in-game.
right now
Sean
because, like,
probably wants to give an opinion out of game too.
I can't give my opinion either because I'm not in the party at the moment.
I mean, you
I'm
could
out.
out of game. You could say whatever you
There was
want.
other
and-
decisions, but they got knocked down. And it's just like, eh.
I
Whoever
honestly
gets
believe
picked gets
that-
picked.
I honestly believe that Lucifer is a good pick. Morally, because he will have more of a upstanding view on most things because he is the hand of Gorm, and Gorm is typically righteous in what he does. Although cruel, he typically goes with what he believes is right. So I believe having Lucifer
Wait, is he
as
cruel? Because I wrote down diplomat, devout, and honest. What do you mean cruel?
from what I got from Max, Gorm will make a decision even if it harms other people.
Well, I think
That's what
he
I
doesn't.
Gorm.
understood.
Not
I don't get that out of Gorm at all.
No, I
It's
think
like a
he.
Donzo thing.
Yeah, he makes a decision that would help the most people. He makes hard decisions if he has to, but I don't think
That's
he's necessarily
probably what I was
crew.
thinking of,
Yeah.
like the hard decision.
What I'm thinking is that Lysella, her dream sounds kind of childish, and
You
not
do
really.
realize the point of the guild is to unite everybody under the guild. That's what the guild's trying to do.
Yeah, but once one united thing with no prejudice, like it just seems like a childish pipe dream. You know what I mean? Like it's
Oh, I
it's a good.
disagree strongly. I want that for the real world.
I
want
think
the real
that
world to be
someone who
Yeah,
is
it's
in
like-
charge of people who've always been ostracized, it's good to have someone who has that belief so they won't have any prejudices going in and getting
I
people
agree.
to join.
I
I
just
think the fact that she can continue to has that dream despite the fact that she's suffered loss and prejudice herself is really good. I think the fact that she's suffered loss and is still working towards her goals and not like completely crippled by it also shows that she's a strong person. I think.
Well, okay,
Because-
so I have a
just
middle
because
ground
I
here.
am, I just feel
If I'm the only one supporting Herma, we can cross her off. And it sounds like we're torn between Lucifer and Lizella. So we can cross off Herma. I'm willing to take that step because even though I liked her, I'm the only one. So we can take Herma off. Do we want to vote between Lucifer and Lizella? Does the council, does the 11
think we
people,
let
do
the
they have a
council
choice in those
pick
two?
and then we just, if we need our tiebreaker, because in our own group we're also split 50-50.
Yeah,
'cause you two
I would
like
agree.
I
would agree.
And we like Lucifer.
The Varnermen are also not ready to cut off. She has some strong support. So what I want you
Who
guys
does,
to
Herma?
do, Herma, yes, or excuse me, Herma is her proper name.
Okay.
What I want you guys to do is imagine, like I said, you are an 11th seat on the council. You all make up the vote of one Varnerman. Decide amongst yourselves who your vote is for, and then I will figure it out from there.
That's the problem. I don't think we can.
Yeah, I think we're pretty split.
Can I bring up a point that might help a little bit?
Okay.
Sure.
So I'm not saying that Lizilla has like a bad dream, but the fact that Lucifer is coming from a more negotiated, non-combat, so a more political and peace-orientated standpoint, an intellectual
cool.
standpoint.
That's why I was voting for Herma. So we're on the same page then.
But Lucifer is better at that. Like if you're voting for Herma,
Herma's better at that. He literally said.
So the thing is, right? Yeah.
And the best
Herma is like strategy-wise, right? Like that's war and stuff, like or just like smart, right? Just smart, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is that Lucifer, who has those similarities, is focusing on that, but like in a more peace-oriented way.
But diplomat
Lucifer-
specifically.
yeah, but Lucifer is the master diplomat, is how Max put
And
it.
she's a master planner strategist.
Yeah.
So they're both
So they're very
masters.
similar.
So if you voted for Herma, then you'd vote for Lucifer, since Herma's out.
Well, no, Herma's not out. Max just said that.
I mean,
Herma's
you
not
can
out.
vote for
Well,
Herma, but that means
Herma's
we got
out
two
for
on one-on-one,
your
right?
group.
Yeah.
She's not out for the
Oh.
guild.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying that I was only making a point that if we're gonna, I would not choose one over the other. That's why I was stuck between the three of them. But I think that of the three, Lizelle is the biggest outcast. And I think of the three, I like Lizelle. We actually don't. Do we know what Herma or Lucifer's goals are? Because we know the whole wants one united, no prejudice as far as Lizella.
I could explain that if you want me to, Max.
You can
Just
go ahead
like-
and explain Lucifer's.
Real
I
quick
just-
though, I'd like to just say for the Lysella, like against Lysella, at least why I'm saying no, is that besides suffered lost and wants one united, the whole like what they said earlier, being a Varnerman head is more of a just okay, this is what your division is, but it's not exactly what you need. Because their thing is, they said it was just basically to be a vote on the council. It's basically a formality. So having someone who'd be better for the Varnerman in total, while still representing the outcast, which is like Lucifer, is better than someone who represents the outcast but may not be the best for the Varnerman themselves.
That's fair.
So-
but then I would still
Kyle-
choose
Kyle-
Herma over Lucifer in that regard.
Could I explain Lucifer's goals? Because
Sure.
Lucifer being from a political standpoint, wants not exactly an end to discrimination, but more of a unique understanding of what the effects of such discrimination has on a race or people, and wants that understanding to be displayed.
What?
So
Like-
she wants to reshape the understandings of like racism, basically.
Yeah, he wants to explain how racism affects a race. Like, oh, dwarves can only be blacksmiths, orcs can only be barbarians, they're only savages.
So
That kind of
Lucifer and Lizella have very similar.
You cut off,
So in
Max.
other words, he doesn't want
See-
prejudice.
Lucifer and Lizella have very similar. tastes.
Okay, see, that's not what. Okay, I almost thought it was more like the way you were saying it, like the way white supremacists are like, well, we're not racist, we're just white pride. And I thought you were like, he wants to reframe racism. I'm like, what's that mean? What do you mean he wants to reframe racism?
No,
Okay.
reshape the understanding of it, because in this world they don't really understand that it's a big deal. You know, people are just racist against people because of prejudice.
Well, that's
Yeah.
actually my question. Is I haven't come across any racism in the game so far. Really, I mean, the elves are very. The elves are
Yes,
very
you
secluded.
100% did. It just
Well,
happened before we started. It's the reason you went to the land of outcasts.
No,
It's
that's what I
because you
was
couldn't
gonna say.
find a
Was,
place that people accepted you.
well, no. That's not what I meant. Obviously, Kargar has because he was a fucking serial killer at one point. But what I meant was that what I meant more was that the elves were very secluded, the dwarves were very secluded. But what I meant was that every city we go to, you're like, there's not much crime, there's not much poverty. Like that's what I more meant is that it's not like there's ghettos filled with one race. It's not
So
that's
to pick your brain for a second, that is mostly because almost everywhere you've been has been under the head of the adventurer.
Yeah, that's fair. So the guild itself
Hilvon
pretty much-
had poverty and was not under the adventurer. Crossport, you didn't ask a lot about the demographic.
That's fair.
Also, fuck, I think I might have forgot. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention earlier because you kept saying that Ysgraf would be a better fit for the outcasts because she's more of an outcast. I don't think just because someone is more of an outcast they are more deserving. Like that's like saying, oh, Slanesh, you know, I have been an outcast since birth. Everybody hates me. People spit on me as I walk down the street, so I should be the Vardaman, not Slanesh. Like, I just feel like just because they're more of an outcast doesn't mean they're more deserving to like be the head of the outcasts. You know what I mean?
No, I was just saying that was one criteria. So I was like, okay, let's think about strategy. Let's think about physical power. Let's think about intelligence, and let's consider their background and whether or not they would fit in or they would endorse outcasts as an outcast themselves. So I was just putting that as one of the criteria. That's all.
And I think instead of being like they're more of in that last one,
Max,
it's
you're
more
doing-
just like a tick, and they both have the tick, is what I'm saying.
I will say there's a lot of militant already in the Varnerman, so having a non-combat might be a better tick than having another combat.
That was a
Yes.
big one for me.
Well, no, that's the opposite. You mean then because, I see what you're saying. Because Herma, I was thinking of strategy as non-combat, but you're right. Strategy is about combat. That does make sense.
And also, I
does make
see the once one united with no prejudice, leading to a path of war. To be honest,
No,
because not everyone is gonna want to be united.
Well, I think we just kind of found out that basically Lucifer has a similar goal of no prejudice and bringing everybody under the Adventurers Guild. So I
Right, but
actually
the way he
now
wants
that
to go about it isn't like he wants to unite everyone. He wants to just reshape everyone's thinking, and also
okay,
some
I
of the
think
issues
that's
with racism.
I think that's
you know?
semantics getting into the nitty gritty. But I can see your point that
I think that we're not
that
gonna pick
Lucifer-
this way
Lucifer-
because we.
No, I'm actually being won over, so I think we are getting somewhere. I was just gonna say, I think you're right that Lucifer and Lizella have that in common. So, I can get that, and I like what Dalton said about Herma, so I can cross out
I was
Herma
talking about
because
Lucifer.
No, I know. You said that you want to get rid of. You said about the whole combat thing. You'd rather have someone who's not combat.
Oh, okay, that's
And
what
I'm
you meant
saying,
by that. Sorry.
yeah, I'm
Well,
agreeing
speaking
with you that Herma has the combat stuff, so we could probably get rid of her and take the non-combat Lucifer one. So that's fair there. And if the thing that was drawing me about Lizella was the United No Prejudice, but if Lucifer already kind of likes that too, I'm okay with Lucifer. That's what I would say. Okay, Jess, you can go. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we were tied, we could just flip a coin instead of just arguing it over and over again.
I don't think we're tied anymore. That's kind of my point, though. That's why I wanted to finish that sentence.
Cool.
So the your Lucifer 3-1.
Yep.
Okay, 1 sec, please. So you guys voiced that Lucifer is your thought, and I am going to figure out who. Thinking.
I had fun making Lucifer. Lucifer was a fun character to build.
Say if Lizella doesn't become a Varnament, can I befriend her?
Of course, do whatever you want.
No, you're not allowed to be friends with NPCs.
they aren't real until they're important.
To make her join my tribe?
Really can't be friends.
Again, Sean, I'm sorry it had to go that way.
Yeah.
I truly am. I felt horrible. I was agonizing over it for a week. Trying to think of a different way I could have done it, but I couldn't think of one. Also, one small note. Even if you wanted the body, I sent it to the plane of fire. There's no getting it back.
Oh, we just thought you sent it to a demi-plane or whatever.
There was no body.
Yeah, he kept saying he sent it to a different plane. He didn't say it was the plane of fucking fire. Oh my god.
That
Yeah,
would've stopped
I
the
told that to
conversation
Max.
Right quick.
Yeah, Max didn't understand that. He said demi-plane.
No, that's what Slanesh was telling you.
Oh.
Max Fay understood.
There was no possibility of getting the body back because the body was
No.
burned up. Why did Slanesh kill himself?
Yeah, that makes no sense either way.
Slanesh wanted to keep the story straight, so he stabbed himself.
Yeah, dude. Smart.
Fall on your own sword.
Literally.
Well, he sent himself to hell.
So I'm
Yeah.
guessing that Andy is going to play whoever we pick, if I had to guess.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Andy
Okay.
might not join, probably.
He gets to be the next barkeep.
He's here right now.
I'll be a
This is-
barkeep.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, player-wise, because he was a Varnaman, if we no longer have a Varnaman leading us.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to have a different.
They're going to appoint someone new.
Yeah.
Well, considering
it's
how the
gonna be-
last one went, they might just leave us to our devices, considering they've given us a right to our own vote here. Even if just temporary.
I feel like
At
this is a
point, the fact
test.
that they even considered Remington means that they trust us enough to, but we may not even have Varnaman with us. Not to mention the Yurimono lead has gone dry, so we wouldn't be going on a quest for that.
Did you think they really considered me or just like showed face?
Considering that they actually paused, and it was only the fact that you said it's not my goal right now, that they tossed you on. I think if you would have said yes, they would have said yes, or at least could put you into the running.
Yeah.
I think Lucifer's the best pick ever.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, when I said that, I was like, man, I really want Danny to save himself. I was like, no, it makes more sense to save Remington.
So I'm sorry, Sean. You don't.
then I
You
can
just
win.
kind
I
of
won.
cut off the connection and don't respond.
Oh no, I'm responding. I'm just texting someone at the moment.
Oh, all right, no problem. Take your time.
I love that. Daniel's like, I want to say myself, but I should say this person. Me? I think I'm the best pick.
I was like, that's so sweet that he thought that about my character. The truth comes out.
Dalton wanted to say myself. Daniel made more sense to say Remington.
Carter never would have
so-
voted for any of us.
after all of the votes are in, 5 people voted for Lucifer, 5 people voted for Herma, and Mjolkarth on his tiny little frog island voted for Lizella. So what they do is they take Lizella out of the running,
Yep.
and they say, Mjolkarth, you need to choose between Herma and Lucifer. And after much discussion on the matter, Mjolkarth chooses Herma.
Which means it's a
Fuck!
tie.
No, they
No,
win 6-5.
which means it's 6-5.
I know, and then our vote would have been the 6, so it makes it 6-6.
No, your vote was one of the 5.
Karkar.
6-6. There were only 11 votes, Kyle.
I thought there were. Sorry, in my head there were 11 plus us as 12.
Gotcha.
Yes. So wait, what was the? Who won? Sorry.
Herma
I'm
won.
the one.
Okay.
That should make you happy, anyways.
It
Yeah,
does.
Kyle.
It does make Kyle happy.
Should make you specifically happy, huh?
Personally, I'm glad I'm sad, and that the people who want Lucifer are sad.
I think blood hunters are underrepresented in D&D in general, so I'm happy to see another blood
Are
hunter.
they an
leader.
official class yet?
They
They
are
are.
an official class. They have been for a while.
Yeah. They're in Wildemount, and they're on D&D Beyond, and yeah. I think they came out before Artificer.
They were official before. They have been an official class since I started playing 5e. Granted, I've been playing Pathfinder, playing 5e, but nonetheless. Alrighty. So, with Herma decided, that is
Treason.
with
So it's treason then.
Do we get to meet Herma? I don't think we've ever met.
not this session.
her.
I think the art.
He's got to find a cool character token for her.
We're actually gonna end here. Other than maybe a little bit of cleanup, if anyone has something specific they'd like to do, like Sean and I are in conversation. An example. Andy,
Yeah.
you are not going to be playing as Herma. I am not 100% sure who I'm going to be playing as yet, but
That's
I
fine with
know
me.
that next week I'm not certain I have a good role. I will let you know before next week, but I might not be able to use you all that successfully.
That's fine. I'll play barkeeps. I'll play traders. Just let me know.
You got it.
Can he play
Even
the
if you
Ghost
don't have a
of
role for
Slanesh
me yet,
for-
I'll
for-
be the salesman at the
for
street
one
trying
session,
to
you get
sell you shit.
You
for
got
one
it.
for one session you get to play the Ghost of Slanesh.
I do
I'll
have
be judging you guys.
I
That's
do have
it.
a definitive role for you after next session, guaranteed, potentially next session. However, I don't know what that role is because it's going to be partially decided by the party.
Okay.
He could
Also,
also just
that message
play-
I sent you is always up for an option. I will
Yes,
play.
I know. I just I don't know when that's gonna come up. You know what I mean?
That's perfectly fine with me. I just like playing that type of character.
No, I know
you
what you
could
mean.
play you could play Agios' Orb.
No, like,
I think
like-
Agios' orb is adorable.
He has a name, by the way.
Almonds.
Almonds.
I know.
Considering
Almonds. I think it was plural, right? Almonds.
Yeah.
It
Yep,
has
almonds.
almonds.
Hmm.
So, before we conclude, that will conclude today's meeting for the Varnerman. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Have you guys seen
specific?
Have you guys seen the Game Grumps part about where they talk about concluding?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine.
I have a few more questions for my orb.
Hello, I am almonds.
Just to clarify, that I'm like by myself, right?
Sure, you go back to the room.
Okay. So, almonds, you said oh, well, you didn't say it, but I got a little note right from Slanesh. You know Slanesh, you remember him, yeah?
Of course.
So I don't know how to like go about this. Like, don't get mad at me, but like, it said you're a curse. Like, what's that? What's that mean?
Oh, he just meant the curse of foresight. I don't always show people things they want to see. Slanesh, especially right towards the end, was really going insane from the burden of having me.
Mainly because like he knew when he was gonna die, or like
No, he didn't know when he was gonna die.
just
It
how?
was more, Slanesh is a good guy, and he made the decision to kill this woman very hastily. And it was because he had recently seen a premonition that hadn't come true. So he was given hope that his premonitions could be changed.
Hmm.
Granted, it is the first time something I've seen not come true. However, it is very unlikely. The truth of the matter is I still expect what happened, what I foresaw, to come to fruition.
What's the thing that you saw that didn't come true?
Oh,
That's a good question.
I'll show you. So, yeah, he shows you a premonition of Gorm retiring as Varnerman, to go start a Goliath tribe with Remy, and Kaiser taking over as from Gorm's right hand to Varnerman.
Oh yeah, but I've seen that Kaiser's gonna die.
Exactly. That premonition is no longer accurate. I don't know why. I've never before seen a power that can change my premonitions. It must have been something very strong to have caused this shift.
Otherworldly powers, aka the real world.
Real world.
It's like there's these like people above us that control our actions. It's really weird.
So do you think that it could happen again?
It could, in theory, although I don't expect it to.
So going forward, I should just assume that they're all accurate, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I would. I would if I were you.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that.
Yeah,
But
so,
I
I mean,
that the one.
If Remy
Like-
heard this, she'd be devastated that she doesn't know that that's going to come true.
yeah, so if I were an educated guess, it would be that Gorm and Lisa are not long in this world.
Oh, that's hard to say. Do you have
I
another
wonder why.
premonition for me, Nate?
And,
About Lisa?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, do you have another premonition for me about them doing things?
About Gorm and Lisa? No, nothing in
Yeah.
particular.
That was the one
you
Slanesh
just
got.
had to guess?
No, Slanesh got that. Remember?
No, the orb just told me that it doesn't think Gorm and Lisa have long in
Yes,
this world.
because Slanesh had the vision of Gorm and Lisa dying.
Yeah, but like, I want him to tell me about it.
Yeah, Agios is trying to say, hey, wait, why? Tell me about it.
Okay.
I did
So
nothing
do you want
wrong.
to tell me? Look at my hand.
I don't know. I guess I could. I'm kind of tired, you know?
I'm a little bit tired too. Maybe tomorrow? Maybe tomorrow?
Maybe tomorrow.
We'll have a look. We'll have a see. You can use my pillow tonight if you want. It smells a bit better than that one.
Oh!
How dare you? My pillow smells delicious.
Yeah, but mine's filled with like angel feathers. Yeah, that's it. Celestial angel.
Angel feathers.
As
think
we're
you're
all
wrong,
leaving the room, I would
Yes.
just telepathically reach out to both Daniel and Remy and say, so, if I maybe know something or think I know something, but I don't know that I should tell people that I know something because I don't want to, bother anyone or break anybody's, trust or whatever. But I know something, I might know something other people don't know. Do I keep it in order to help that person and keep their trust, or for possibly the greater good, do I tell you guys, or do I maybe pull one of the council people over and I tell one of the Varnermen that we trust? Thoughts, hypothetically speaking,
My
not
thoughts.
real.
Did this
just a little what if.
person ask you to keep it a secret?
Can you
Not
block out
directly,
the
but they kind of
telecommunications?
hypothetically they kind of lied to me and told me it wasn't a secret and there was nothing I should worry about but I kind of
So
think
if
there's
it's
something
not
I'd
a
worry about.
secret, it's not quote unquote worrisome to them. If you could share it with us, we could agree it's not worrisome, or we could help you figure it out. I mean,
Daniel, do you agree with that line of thinking?
I'm asking if there's a way to not be a part of it, because Daniel doesn't want to deal with your shit right now.
What?
To block the link, essentially.
Oh,
He doesn't want to know.
I was trying to ask my friend for help though, because Kargar witnessed something and is trying to figure out what to do with his life.
Daniel, you can in character block the link. That is an
You
allowable.
can.
Then yeah, you'd see the link not go through. Daniel.
Kargar would like tap you on the shoulder and frown at you. And then Kargar would say to Remy, "Daniel's blocking my messages."
say sometimes
ghosting you.
people need privacy, Kargar. I know you've never had privacy before being part of the hive mind, but when you're an individual, sometimes you have a lot of your own thoughts
But
and you need
I've
times
also
to work
never
through
really
them.
I've also never really had friends before, so I'm not used to reaching out to help from friends. But then to have friends rebuff me is kind of hurtful a little bit, and that's also why I don't want to. That's also why I don't want to break the trust of that hypothetical first friend either.
I'm gonna say you're not breaking the trust of a friend who didn't ask you to keep it a secret.
Okay. All right, but now I feel like before if I was telling like the rest of the people that'd be fine, but now I'm just telling you. Okay. So since Daniel isn't a part of it, I say hypothetically I might know where Slanesh's orb is hypothetically, and there's a person who doesn't want people to know he has Slanesh's orb, but I don't
Did he
know what I
say
can
he
do.
doesn't want people to know he has Slanesh's orb?
He told me he doesn't. He's like, this is they, not he. I don't say he. I said they told me that that it's not Slanesh's orb. They're like, this is Slanesh's orb. Go away. Don't worry about it. But I'm like, I'm 90% sure that's Slanesh's orb. So like, them trying to keep it a secret from me makes me think they want to keep it a secret.
I see. Well, Slanesh had the ability of foresight with his orb. I think that if he gave someone the orb, he believed that person would use it to the best of their ability and make good decisions. I think that as of now, we could just note that this person wants some privacy and maybe needs time to learn what the orb's about, how they feel about it. We've just gone through a lot of traumatizing things.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think giving him some space and the time, it's better for him to come to you of his own free will instead of looking over his shoulder and nagging and kind of like giving him the third degree. Let
That's
him, I mean, they, because you definitely did do that.
Nope.
Yes, you did. Let them decide for themselves. And if it looks like they're in trouble, then we'll be there to help them. But it's up to them how they want to use it.
But the council did just say, the Varnum, they said we're really worried that they didn't know where the orb was, so they want to know. Also, the orb gives visions, as we know, they gave visions to Slanesh. If there are visions, and this person is hypothetically just getting mysterious visions, could that not be trouble for the whole world, if not just the adventuring?
I feel like Slanesh picked this person for a reason. I think it'll come out in its own time. I think that if it's a very troubling vision, he will come forth of it. I think that the Varnamen are afraid that his orb is going to get into the wrong hands. But if Slanesh gave it to this person, it's not the wrong hands.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Do you want to know who the person is?
I feel like this is weighing heavily on your mind. You can tell me if you want. I won't tell anybody else. I'll just offer my support.
Yo, Gorm! Guess who's got Slanesh's orb?
Who?
Yeah, right? No. I'll keep it to myself, but to like keep their trust, keep it hypothetical. But if something goes wrong, at least you know about it hypothetically speaking, and we can proceed from there. But thank you for your counsel, Remy. Okay.
No problem. Come to me if you have any problems. Just me and my future Varnaman training. And I wink.
imagine you did tell him. The second you get back in the room, the orb told me what you did, Kyle. I coached you.
Well, that's the thing, right? You're his
But
friend.
yeah,
and
guys,
so
I didn't do
Carver doesn't
anything
wanna
wrong
break
this
your trust.
session.
No,
Yeah,
you
right.
super didn't.
That wasn't my fault.
No,
That was
it
more
super
Andy's
wasn't.
fault.
Nah, it
No,
was-
It's not my
it's
fault.
pretty
I
Max
did what I
May
was
fault.
supposed to do.
And I say in the
Sorry.
future, I'd really
We
like
know
to
Don't
meet
fucking blame
Lizella
me,
and
Sean.
talk to
I did
her.
what I thought was right.
Sean,
did
this one wasn't
nothing
your
wrong.
bad.
I know she's not around
Syrup?
now, but
Syrup's death? Yeah, that was kind of your bad.
Yeah,
this
that-
one, this isn't
No,
your
no,
bad.
like, I didn't even say anything else. I'm just like, imagine you're like in a bidding war, and like, I won't give you this $50 unless you give me that body. And it's like, I'm not taking your $50, and like kills himself. Like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's-
why.
No, I thought it was
No,
the
Well,
other
to
way
be
you're-
around.
fair, I wasn't even here, so you can't fucking blame me, Sean. Blame Max.
No, not at all.
I didn't play my character today.
But no, that's
No,
ho-
we
Fuck
blame you for the initial. We
that's
blame you
without
for,
like spoiling what my character is. And it's
As
like,
if it's not
I'm-
gonna come out next week.
if it's not gonna come out next week, like, I'm gonna take away your $50. Like, you're not gonna take my $50 because I'm gonna kill myself.
I'm gonna kill myself. Yeah, you bitch. You can't take $50 from me if I'm not alive, motherfucker. It just slits his throat.
I want that $50. Too bad. Fuck you.
So I was like really
Gone.
confused. Like, really, you're gonna kill yourself over this?
Sean, that reminds me of what I did with Thor. When they're like, "You're here for the rest of your life," and I fucking snapped my own neck. That was hilarious.
No, Andy, I'm gonna tell you like what happened, like in text. Like, it was like so weird. Like, I'm just sitting there like, oh, I think I just like killed level 20 character. Do I
You
get
will,
the
Remy.
EXP?
Do I get the XP? It's always the first question, isn't it? Do I
No,
get the
because
XP
I was
for that?
wondering, like, because my comment led to his death. Like, do I get the EXP? Do I get partial EXP? Do I get
No,
inspiration
you
from
don't.
this?
You don't
Yeah,
get
but good point.
EXP for telling kids online to kill themselves.
Yes, do we get Max? Do
I
you
do.
level up for killing Slanesh?
No, you don't.
Do I at least get inspiration? I think I'm
Oh, yeah.
inspired.
Did Slanesh have any magic items that we get off his blue moon?
Negative.
No, I think
no.
I should get his magic items. And by
Let me
magic
ponder this
items,
real. No.
Wait,
and by
so
magic
was,
items, I mean something that can work good for a bard.
did
Negative.
Slanesh have two curses? Like the curse of premonition and the curse of not being allowed to sit on anyone else's chair?
Okay, since it's not relevant, Slanesh's the premonitions are so ironclad 100% of the time happens until this one newest one with Legend. Slanesh had foreseen himself dying in a very specific chair. So, he created his chair staff because he knew for a fact that wasn't the chair he died in. And then hundreds of years later, he had forgotten what the other chair he died in looked like. Which is why he always sits in his staff chair.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I figured that. And it just so happened that Eavesdrop's chair was the other chair.
Correct.
Yes.
I think it was
I'm
just like
so-
a Varnaman chair, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's funny.
Dude, I just love how I just killed this character off. Like,
Dalton out of
Oh.
game, I really don't know what would have happened if would have accepted it. If you guys had voted for it, what I did was after I heard your guys' vote, I went around the table and looked over my character notes and thought to myself, okay, realistically, who would these people vote for? So the truth of the matter is Remington probably would not have become a Varnerman because much like many of the other people they turned down, you're all very green.
Mhm.
There are people who have been with the Adventurers Guild for years, have been right hands or left hands for years, know the
Which is
ins and
actually-
outs and have earned an ungodly amount of trust, and there's no real reason that most of them would pick Remy over the rest of them.
Which is actually a question I had, which I forgot to ask. Out of all of the left and right hands, who has been in the guild the longest, and who has been a left or right hand the longest?
I don't fucking know.
Cool.
Now I
That
have
one.
no clue.
Max,
this
you
is
have
where
a
you just
week.
say,
I need you
"Yeah,
to figure
that
it
one."
out for me.
What?
What?
was the question, Kyle?
Oh, I said you have a week. You need to figure that out for me.
Yeah.
Why? Does it actually matter? If it's relevant, I will.
No,
Max,
I don't know.
Max, just pick one right now. Just go, yep, this one.
Nice.
I know.
So
it's not
anyway,
Lucifer.
Remy, when you go back to Gorm's room with him and you ask him about, you wanted to ask him about you being suggested for tournament.
Mhm.
When you do, he kind of stops and he walks over, brushes like your hair behind your ear, and he says, "Remy, I care for you very deeply, but I don't think you understand or are ready for the task of being a Varner."
I understand, and that's why kind of when Daniel brought it up, I said I wouldn't take it because I know I don't have an experience. I just kind of wanted to know what you thought about it.
He says, "Besides, I also hope one day, perhaps, you and I could retire from the guild with the wealth we've accrued and pursue our other dreams."
I just look at him with the biggest smile and I said, "That sounds perfect to me." And I want to tell
Man, that's
you
a death
that
flag if I've ever seen one.
yeah, that the prophecy that you and Lisa were going to perish really scared me, and that I'm going to be honest that I'm probably going to be rather protective of him. I hope he's okay with that.
I don't think he cares. Frog Boy is the artificer, yes.
Can Varnerman date other Varnermen or left or right hands, etc.?
No.
Sean, you don't fucking
It is
know.
not a written rule they cannot. It has not happened.
Okay.
I think it would be in theory frowned upon as a conflict of interest, but I also don't think any Varnerman would stand in the way of it if it were people that actually cared for each other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Like, I
they're
don't
just
think you should just be. In my head, that's no difference than Lisa and Slanesh being incredibly close friends.
Yeah.
Or Donzo and Mjolkarth are incredibly close friends.
Yeah.
Hitsugaya
That's
and Nito are incredibly close friends. You know, it's a slight conflict of interest, but that doesn't change the fact that they do their jobs. And that's part of they elect Varnerman who they believe won't let things like that get in the way.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons, I forget who it was, but one of the Varnermen chose not to vote for Lucifer specifically because he was worried that Lucifer would be too loyal to Gorm after becoming a Varnerman instead of being his own entity.
That's good though, because I totally ship Easegraph and what's his name? Wow. Yep.
You don't even know the name of your own ship? Get out of here.
I know. I
You
knew it,
ship
I forgot it.
Easegraph and Mjolkarth?
Yes.
Okay, lizard and frog. Fuck me, bro. Like, I don't know what. All right. Anyway, Daniel,
a
you go to
chimera if
you go
I've
to
ever seen one.
Mjolkarth's lab, and you say, "Could I ask a favor?" Like the Dragon Ball ring.
Yes. That'd be awesome. Gotta get
You go,
that
yeah, you go to
Dragon Ball.
Mjolkarth's lab, and you say, "Could I ask for a favor?" And he kind of stops, and he walks over and he says, "What do you need, Senshi?" Alrighty, I got distracted. So let me open my thing here. Oh, Daniel's still typing. Doesn't matter. I did not get
There we go.
distracted.
Interesting, interesting.
Kitty.
Man, you're such a dick.
If you wanna- he shows off the elements.
There was
Yeah,
no
we're
way
not-
for me to win in that situation, was there?
No,
Absolutely none.
there was
there?
zero. There is never a way for
You're-
anyone to win. I am just the worst.
I fucking hate you, man. Like, in that literal second, I had hundreds upon hundreds of thoughts. Like, if I do this, that leads to this. That's a dead end. If I
Nah,
do this,
dude, things are
leads
bad.
to-
Things
yeah,
are bad.
Things
Life
are bad.
is bad.
It's awful.
So Daniel Milkarth will say, "I see. So what is it specifically you wish for me to help you with?"
He's like, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Arguably, that is kind of what Daniels would reply.
Doctor, it hurts when I do this. Yeah, so what do you want me to do about it?
Please help me, doctor. I don't know what's wrong with me. So what do you want me
Yeah.
to do? I
Fuck
don't
if
know.
I know.
Diagnose it and then fix it.
That's what I
How
thought.
shall I do that?
That's what I thought.
More damage. That is your goal. I see. Ah, yes. Come with me. And he kind of brings you into the next room.
Here, put your hand into this sharp metal object.
Jess is literally ruining everything right now. So
Here
she
is
can
my
just shut up.
Contourinator.
I ruined everything. Why? Because it was that? I'm sorry.
No.
The main thing.
No. He brings you to a pair of holes in the wall.
Oh boy, glory holes.
There are glory
And
holes.
he says,
holes.
"Here, put your hands in there."
Jerk off these dicks on the other side of this hole.
Your arms get locked in place.
This is
Haha, this is how a porno begins.
You become part of the wall.
I want to meet a Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
A long line of men just come into the room behind you. No, I'm just kidding.
yikes.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Won't you take a porcelain's
Yeah.
hand?
Yeah,
God, I love that meme. That one's so good.
Daniel, do you do anything with the locking up?
No, it's the Varnerman. He's helped Kargar. He's trusted him.
You got it. He says, "I want you to summon a fair."
You're cutting it out.
Yeah.
He says, "I want you to use the elements that you to you, and fair warning, this is going to hurt a lot."
Yay.
Okay, Daniel will do so.
Okay, so you pop. Let's just say lightning, because pop your lightning, and your arms are not immune to it the way they normally. It hits you at the same time as you pop it. So you pop it, and then you immediately stop it out of gut reaction. He says, "No, keep going, keep going." So you muscle through it, and you charge out your lightning. And then after that, with your burnt arms, you do the same for all of your other available. Finally, he unlocks your arms and pulls them out, and he starts to rub a salve on them that starts to. And he goes, yes. All right, that was for calibration. Now come with me. And he kind of hobbles into the next room.
Just Kargar do this.
He literally had his brain sliced open.
Alright,
Yeah, I literally
gonna
have my
head out.
brain sliced
gonna
open.
head off to bed.
Good night.
All right,
All right.
good night, Sean.
Bye,
Night,
Sean.
girls. Night.
Don't terrorize anyone while you're sleeping.
I'll try not to.
Yeah, no assisted suicides.
Don't
Nope.
kill any lost puppies.
I won't.
Or eat babies.
Do you follow him, Daniel?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry,
so you
I
follow.
just assumed that was assumed.
Just making sure. You follow him into the next room, and in the next room, taking notes. He reviews the notes that were taken, and then he pulls out a pair of gloves. These are thin leather gloves. He then puts them on a table, and he begins to like magically enhance them, and then he puts them on your arms. And he says, "All right, do it again."
He'll start with lightning, just like he did before.
It blasts out brighter than it ever has. He says these are amplifiers. They make it so that all of the elemental damage you would have done is doubled. In game, that means you roll your dice twice, not double the result.
Bless
God.
your face.
He says there's one other nifty little trick you can do. And he pulls out a target dummy, and he stands you about 10 feet away from it, and he says, "Punch that dummy."
I'm gonna punch the dummy.
All right. You run up and you punch the dummy and it explodes. And he goes, "No, no, no." And he pulls you back and stands you 10 feet from it and says, "Punch it from here."
I basically throw a shadow punch in the air, aiming at the dummy.
You throw a shadow punch at the air. The element leaves your hand and hits the dummy. And he says, "You can now punch things at 10 feet away."
Nice.
You reach.
Dope.
You look down, your arms are just long, flabby noodles.
Like Stretch Armstrong.
He says, "Now I'm very busy. Go on. Go about your life. I've given you God."
God, now I want to be experimented on. Jesus.
Thank you. I hope you have a great day.
You too. Yes. And he goes back to what he was, which seems to involve two hamsters. Block that out of you.
Two hamsters, what?
Just two hamsters. Like, he's got two hamsters.
Oh.
I found it. I found the video. There we go.
So when do we get to fight our first god?
Never.
God.
I don't
Let's
know.
not.
Take a force in his hand.
So we're gonna have to friggin' fight a giant mech, dude.
When we're level 20, I'll fight a god. Not before that.
I don't know about you, Kyle, but in the other campaign, we're going to be fighting gods way before level 20.
Me just now realizing. That's mad funny. It does not double your breath. No, double.
Oh, did you see?
Yeah, I watched the video you sent, and it made me.
That's what I
Oh,
thought.
you ready?
Double sure.
Oh
I
man.
Exactly.
Oh, that's just like that joke. That's just like that joke where so I moved into a new neighborhood and I went over to my new neighbor's house and I'm like, hey, you know what?
Alright, I'm ending stream here.